Eat skek, eat skek, eat skek, punch, punch forever. Eat skek, eat skek, eat skek, punch, punch forever. Punch, punch forever. Eat skek, eat skek, eat skek, punch, punch forever. Hey, Ometagon.
Eh.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing alright, how are you?
Pretty dandy. Little high, but pretty dandy otherwise. I forgot to eat dinner, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
And I got really depressed out of nowhere. Because sometimes when you don't eat food, you just get sad. And, well, I didn't know what was making me sad, so I had a cup of coffee, had a meal, and I took a hit of the girlfriend's pipe, and, well, it was a lot stronger than I expected. I guess my problem is I don't smoke that often, so whenever I do smoke, it's like way too much. Anyway, how you been?
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Alright, fair enough.
I don't do that kind of stuff. Well,
You don't partake?
nah, but not medically anyway.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't use it that regularly. I just know it's legal here, so it's become really popular as like an alternative or an alternative to like antidepressants and stuff, which which a lot of people still do. Like I still take antidepressants because I need to, but like a little bit of reefer on the side helps a lot.
I have a friend who I had a friend who did that, who took it as an antidepressant. But shoot, I'm trying to think of what I was talking about.
Hey,
I don't know.
Same.
Oh shoot, it's the same name. Hold on.
Man, I can't believe you and Baatiraps have the same Twitch names. That's crazy.
And I can't. I don't have time to keep track of all that kind of stuff. Where is it?
I'll get it for you real quick. I got you bookmarked. There you go.
Yeah.
Hey, Ghost. Hi, Bear. Well, I'd say watch both, and whenever one gets boring, mute one and then go to the other. That's what you should do, Bear. Hi, Ghost. I apologize for not noticing you guys. I was getting things set up on my end. I'm not gonna really do any reactive anything. I think we're fine with just your little PFP lighting up every time you talk. I think I'll be okay. Holy crap!
Oh, yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
Holy crap! It's Hydra. Found this really good mashup album between Linkin Park Hybrid Theory and the Persona 3 soundtrack, and I've been listening to it like crazy. It's so fucking good. Oh, right. I was on your I remember I joined your chat a couple days ago. I probably should have brought this up before the stream, actually. And you have a rule against swearing. Would you like me to tone it down for this stream? Or is it cool if I just do what I normally do?
Oh, yeah, it's cool if you what you normally do. Like,
all right.
Like the rule is like in moderation, right?
Yeah. I'll try to keep
I
it
still
in
allow it, but
alrighty.
Like, hey, I let it slip every once in a while. I ain't judging.
Right. So Hydra, how you been, man? It's been forever. Phew. Oh, I sneezed.
Bless you.
Sorry.
I'm still getting some things set up.
Alrighty. Oh yeah, I looked into getting a setup for mini painting on stream. That is going to be very expensive. Because that is I found a good camera for mini painting, and it's quite pricey. And that's going to be a sub goal for way down the line. Sad to say, but people have been asking for it, so I hope we can eventually do that. A lot of
Hopefully.
stuff. Yeah. I have Sinner? What do you mean I have Sinner? Unfortunately heads. Goodbye, Bear. Bye. I have sinned. How have I sinned? What sins do you accuse me of? At least call it Marine Monday. Ah, nah. MewTube Monday is just my variety stream slot. It's what we do forever. It was originally called the Whatever Show, but I like MewTube Monday better. Is Soviet in chat? Confusing the heck out of me, Ghost. I don't see Soviet. Cabots. Love it. Alright.
I'm almost ready.
No worries.
Maybe.
We still got 9 minutes. He up there is it. Oh, is. Hold on a second. All right, not banned, not timed out. Okay, there he is. Okay, thank goodness. I was like, did I accidentally block you or something? Oh dear. You got a haircut. How do you like my cut? Have some pats before I go. All right, thank you, Bear. I appreciate it. Morin, hi, TJ.
All right, I got my stream going.
Woo! All right, it should. Let me make sure it does this because Kara told me last week that this could be done, but I put at your name in the title. Hey!
Oh yeah.
So you should just be able to click on your name, which I encourage. No, you can't. Oh no, there it is. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, you can.
It works for your name. Oh, I misspelled Batir's name. That's why. 1 second.
Oh, shoot. Mine's all right. Hold on. Is mine all right?
Yours is fine.
I mean, on my channel. Hold on.
Oh, yeah.
Mine's working. Hold on. Yeah, it's working.
Yay. See, I always just do at his name, and then I just assume it'll work, but I'm silly. I actually got to get the right name and everything. There it is. Copy paste. I gotta watch my back. Oh no.
Can't see. He's finally back performing for you. Wait, what does he mean by that?
He's finally here, performing for you. If you know the words, you can join in too.
I honestly don't know.
It's the Donkey Kong rap. It's the rap.
Oh.
Yeah, Donkey Kong 64. DK. Donkey Kong is gay. You know, like the famous Nintendo 64 song. Hi, Lee. How you doing, friend? Good to see you. I'm doing okay. I'm drinking some coffee, listening to this fucking awesome mashup album while we stream. And there's Chunky. He's dead. It's got a lot of parodies. Hi, Kara. I was just talking about you and how you taught me the arcane secrets of adding people in your titles. Speaking of which, I would like to encourage everyone to go follow Baatiraps and Ometagon, two of my favorite streamers. I don't watch a lot of them, but whenever I get the chance, I do. Batir and Ometagon. Batir, however, is not here yet. He has not Batir appeared. What'd you say, Ometagon?
Oh, Noir VT. If you know her, she knows the words apparently.
Hell yeah. She knows the words apparently. Yes, I know Noir. That's awesome. I've never played it. I need to. I need to play all the old Rare platformers. I haven't played Conquer or Banjo-Kazooie or Donkey Kong 64. I think the only Rare game I've played is Sea of Thieves, and that doesn't really count because nobody who worked at Rare back then still works there. I think it's really cool how certain developers will have like have an identity and a culture surrounding them. Like that was a thing that was a lot more common back in the day, where like a developer's name being on a game was like a seal of quality, like a Platinum game or a BioWare game or a Rare game, where you see that little logo and you know you're in for a good time.
Oh yeah, that's what me and From Software got going on right now.
Oh hell yeah, that's the one. That's the one nowadays. Absolutely. Oh man, I really want to. Oh, go on.
Anytime From Software is on the title or in like the intro sequence,
yep.
I'm like, oh man, I'm in. I'm in for a good time.
You're in for something special. Okay, are you okay? One, are you familiar with Armored Core?
I 100% Armored Core 6,
okay.
And I am 100% going to play like 4 and 5 on an emulator.
Absolutely. Follow-up question: are you familiar with Metal Wolf Chaos?
No.
Okay. This game is special. From Software developed. It is almost an Armored Core spin-off because it controls a very similar way. It's a mech piloting game. The only difference is that in this mech piloting game, you are playing as the President of the United States of America, Michael Wilson, who is piloting his special secret weapon, Metal Wolf, which is his mech, to take back America's freedom.
Oh, heck yeah.
The game released in Japan in English beginning to end. Like, the entire game is in English in Japan when it came out, and it is hilarious.
Wait, what's the title of this again?
Metal Wolf Chaos. It's on Steam.
Alright. Oh, it's on Steam?
Yes.
Hold up. Okay, I gotta wish list that.
Devolver Digital recently put it out, and it is magical. You played the really old version of Super Mario RPG. How is that? I'm really excited to play those games. I've never played Mario RPG before, except for Superstar Saga on the Game Boy Advanced. What old man games have you been playing, Soviet? Oh man, you camped out, TJ? That's awesome. I went camping recently. It was wonderful. It was like endless problems, to be honest. Like when everything went wrong, but every step of the way, keeping my cool and solving it like a puzzle was really fun. I get it now. It was interesting being like, oh, I get it. I get why this could be super fun for people, or even like a way of life, because you're like, oh, something went wrong, I gotta fix it, and I all I have is myself.
Oh, camping?
Yeah. Like trying to start a fire for the first time and just trying to go by what I've seen on TV and like in movies, because I haven't started a fire since I was like 10 years old. Yeah. So I was like, all right, I kind of set up the wood in like a teepee type thing. Basically, it was a huge mess, and it required me using all my fired wood, and I couldn't get the fire going. It was too windy. Oh, it was a nightmare.
Well, I was in Boy Scouts. Oh my gosh, I loved it so much. Camping.
Oh wow, really?
It was so much fun. I loved it.
I'm so bummed I missed out on that. Like, I'm really sad I didn't get to be in the Scouts.
It was amazing. You met some weird kids, though.
Yeah?
Yeah, like some really weird kids, but...
What was the weirdest one you can talk about?
The weirdest one I can talk about...
Because as someone who's also met really weird kids, the weirdest ones are things I can't discuss.
Oh, yeah. Like, I didn't run into any kids like that, but... I'm trying to think of one of those weird kids I was thinking about. Shoot, he's escaping my mind. Wait a second. I can't think of him. I remember.
Oh, go on.
Actually, I remember hearing one time there was like a big old, like we were in a summer camp, right? And apparently, like one of the classes that was hanging out in like the dining hall where the entire camp would come together to eat. And apparently one of the classes kind of had a riot inside the dining hall. It completely messed it up.
Oh, that's terrible.
I know.
Okay.
Oh, it was so bad. But it was a fun time though. Just hearing what happened.
Do you want to hear my terrible camp idea?
What?
I think there should be camps that are roleplay camps, where they basically are set in different fictional settings. Where, like, you go to this one area, you get to, like, as an adult, or as kids, like, have it set for different age groups, but it's mostly going to be adults, you know, man, children, and all that. And just, like, all right, learn to be a stormtrooper. It's a 1-week course where we're going to basically give you a military boot camp in-universe, and we're going to train you to be a stormtrooper. Or part of the scout regiment from Attack on Titan, or a Gundam pilot, and you go there for a week and you undergo all the training they can do with, you know, legally.
Yeah, legally.
Yeah.
Wait, that does actually sound like a fun idea,
right? Go to Witcher camp.
Hyder_lemon_is_not smart says
All right.
This will be forever stuck in
Is everyone ready, or are we still waiting?
We're still waiting on them. Or Imperial Guard, that'd be great.
Oh, that'd suck.
Yeah, they'd just be some fictional boot camps are just people kicking the shit out of you for a week. When's the camp gonna start? Oh, it's over. Really? You just kicked the shit out of me for 4 days. 5 days, actually.
And now you're ready.
How immersive.
Ah, man. Oh, wait, hold up. I just heard.
So you'll be joining here in a minute.
Alright.
I saw. I think Batir will like my Stormtrooper, Clone Trooper bootcamp idea. You'd even have one for the Rebel Alliance, too. That'd be interesting. I'm sure after a certain point they had to train recruits and it wasn't all just, like, different rebel groups and insurgents joining up.
Yeah.
You go Eeps now? No! TJ, the stream hasn't even started. I've just been sitting here listening to Linkin Park and talking to Ometagon. Oh, this stream's gonna get so copyright fucked. Oh.
Hey, you're the one playing music. I got the in-game soundtrack going.
Ah. It's not bad. I was playing the game earlier. I was deciding to play a bit of the campaign, and like when you meet Lieutenant Mira, and it's just like, wow, the music makes this moment seem a lot more important. Like the cutscenes are all very well directed and acted, and it's like cool. It's one of those things where like everything about this is telling me I should care, but the writing just doesn't hold up, you know?
Yeah, the writing isn't the strong suit. It gets the job done, but
that's me with I'm gonna get crucified for saying this. That's me with Halo Reach.
Oh shoot, yes, you are gonna get crucified by me. Don't you dare talk bad about Reach.
Because Halo Reach is like the music, the graphics, the way this is shot, everything is telling me that I should care. But I'm so like I've played that game so many times and I'm just like so bored in all the cutscenes. And whenever a tragic Spartan death happens, I'm like, oh no, that guy.
Nah, dude, I cried. Like I cried at each one.
I cried for Johnson, but that's because I knew him for 3 games. But he also got killed by a floating light bulb, and that was a bit silly.
Dang.
But at the same time, yeah. I like Reach. I don't think it's like there's some people that love that game, and I'm like, it's the weakest Bungie Halo game. But
oh no, that has to be 3.
Oh, and that's not. Oh, 3 is amazing, man. I love 3.
Like, yep, now it's time for me to be crucified. Yeah. I think 3's the weakest story-wise.
You know, is it because what people just do shit that doesn't make any sense in that game?
Not often, but
because that's what I have a friend named my friend Sonico holds a very similar opinion. He doesn't like he thinks the story's dumb because people make dumb decisions. But yeah,
I mean, yeah, there is a couple dumb decisions, but my biggest problem is I just think it's weaker than the rest. But again, Halo 2 is like my all-time favorite, so
yeah,
I'm probably a bit biased.
That seems to be the same for a lot of people, of just because like Halo 3's story sets up so much potential that 3 just does nothing with. It's like, oh, who is this Gravemind guy? He's so interesting, and then he just turns into like a scary voice monster. So I get that kind of thing.
Hold on, I gotta say hi to Halo nerds. Of course, Noir, of course.
Absolutely. I enjoyed Halo Wars a lot. If I were to rank all the pre-Halo 4, pre-343 games, first place for me would be 3, followed by 2, followed by 3, followed by ODST, followed by 2, followed by 1, followed by Wars, followed by Reach. There's a very specific tone that Halo has that I'm in love with. Like, I love Halo 1, 2, 3, and ODST, and even Wars for its tone. I like its kind of... How do I describe it? It's charming. It's very charming. It's fun. It's funny. It has a sense of humor. Characters, despite being all very military, they don't get bogged down in military jargon. Your objectives are very simple, and they're given to you with a wink and a nod by very likable characters. And then Reach is, like, so... It's so Call of Duty with its writing of just...
Oh, no. I have to disagree on that.
I mean,
completely.
I want to point out that I love Call of Duty. Like, it's one of my favorite franchises. I adore Call of Duty, but like, it's not what I'm playing Halo for. I want something that's more charming and funny. Or if it's not going to be, if it's not going to be funny, it needs to be dark. It needs to go in the opposite direction and go way more fucking. That's what my favorite moments in Reach are, like the really scary or really sad moments. Like, I love the part where you like get grabbed by an elite in first person. That shit's so good. Or New Alexandria, where you're flying over the burning city and you can see the glassing happening in the distance. Love that level.
Hey guys.
It's so good. Hi, Batir.
Hey. How's it going?
Pretty good. We're just talking Halo.
Good.
He says Halo Reach is the worst
Of the Bungie titles.
Fuck off.
Did he say fuck off or okay?
Yep.
Oh, I said fuck off.
Okay.
No, like that. It's the best one that they did. Unless are you so high on Halo 3 that you forget it's not perfect?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
That came out a lot saltier than I meant it to be.
Yeah, no, okay.
Like,
Now,
I don't understand how people tell me Halo 3 or ODST are the best Halo games. Because, to be honest, even at the time, they didn't look that great. And, like, honestly, ODST looks like garbage when it came out. And it's never been improved upon.
Uh-oh. What have I done? Oh, no, what have I done?
Okay, I gotta break that down.
I'm just tired of people telling me how amazing ODST is. Well, like, it's a good story, and it does show that stories not about Spartans or about Master Chief can absolutely work in the universe and are fun.
Mm-hmm.
But it just when people are like, "Oh my god, it's the greatest thing ever," I'm like,
I don't think it's the greatest Halo game. I really like it though.
I don't think it's anywhere near the greatest thing ever.
Its story is kind of about
ODST
nothing.
is just above Halo 5 because the story was way better than Halo 5.
I think Halo, ODST, and Reach are brilliant comparisons. Because
what do you feel like they're
one game's strengths is the other's weakness. So you mentioned ODST doesn't look great. ODST has
not. It looks worse than Halo 3.
ODST has a style. It's dark. It's noir. It's got that saxophone that you want to fuck. Reach is boring modern military shooter until it's not. Most of the time, Reach looks like Earth, and it's boring as shit. ODST is on Earth, and it looks like you're in a magical noir future world. The music, everything about ODST's dialogue and its writing is so snappy and smart, even though the story is basically about nothing. Hold on, I got a message. Oh, thank you. Yep, oh, accept your invite. Because I think this is a really interesting topic. I think we've just totally derailed it, but that's great. But yeah, ODST's writing is like, it's a story basically about... have you ever had the story... Racevic did an amazing explanation of the ODST story. Guy lands on a planet. He goes up, he picks up a helmet, and then he puts it down. And then he goes and he picks up another thing and puts it down. And then he goes and he picks up another thing, and then he puts it down, and then he gets a phone call. Like, the story of ODST is so, like, nothing in terms of what it's actually about, but its atmosphere and the way it delivers the story about nothing and tells it is so sex. Reach is the most important story ever told in Halo. Like, aside from Halo 3, finishing the fight, learning the backstory of how it all starts. And I don't know who any of these characters are. All these characters are so boring. They have no personality outside of gameplay. The cutscenes are so just, most of the time they're just modern military cutscenes. And it doesn't have any of the personality or joy or character that the other Halo games have. Its story is great, and it's only really, for me, my favorite parts of Halo Reach are where it gets really dark. Like where it gets into how it feels to be grabbed by an elite, or when you see the glassing happening.
Could you invite me again?
Yes. Oh, yeah, he can, yeah. Or when you see what, it's like, Noble Six's Last Stand is amazing, but most of the game isn't that. Most of the game is shooting at dumber versions of Halo 3 and 2 enemies who don't have the same personality those enemies had, because you can't even understand what they're saying anymore. And they're not scary because they're not even that hard to kill, even on heroic. Like, I mow down entire fields of jackals and grunts, no problem. But in Reach, those enemies actually, or in 2 and 3, or especially 1, those enemies gave me trouble. But yeah, I think Halo Reach's strengths and ODST strengths are completely inverted, and I think what I love about ODST is it's just that personality that the entire Halo series has.
You can have personality and still look like shit.
Oh man,
that's okay. That's okay.
Like,
I'd rather. So
Halo ODST, I firmly stand by. Like, it looks worse than Halo 3, and Halo 3 has been in need of an update for a long time. Even though they're like, we're not gonna do that. Fuck you guys. Even though they're remaking the first Halo game. Also,
yeah, why are they remaking that? But yeah, like, they already did that. They just
money.
They fucked it up.
They remastered it, and then now they're going to straight up
Why are you so bogged
it.
down in looks on these console games? Like, why do you care
it's
so
not
much about these
about
looks?
It's I expected much better from ODST than looking worse than Halo 3 did. It almost felt like it was rushed. I understand
Because it was, but yeah.
Reach is, you're just a spec ops soldier who's a Spartan. That's not the chief. So you get to see, like, it's supposed to be like almost the fall of the UNSC leading up to the events of the first game.
Yeah.
And if you read the, I read the books and was so fucking excited to play as
I love
Breeze.
I love Fall of Reach.
Thank you.
Like, I love that novel. But that's because that novel has, like, personality, and it's not boring to look at. Or, sorry,
that's
no, it is looking,
in
it's a
Halo
book.
Reach, our personality is the Spartan.
Yeah, but Chief is still silent during every cutscene, too. Like, Noble 6 isn't my issue. I like Noble 6.
And I failed to join.
Ah, shit, we'll try again.
Okay, so the problem I'm having...
You know what?
With the game is when I send y'all the invite, it opens up the in-game Steam menu, and then it refuses to close properly, so I can't actually get back to the game.
Weird.
And I think I've had this problem before.
Failed to join the conversation. I didn't mean for this to happen.
It's okay.
No, I have strong opinions about ODST. It's a fun game. I enjoy playing it. I've met so many people that are like, it's the greatest thing, and I'm like,
See, that's me with Reach.
Don't understand.
See, that's me with Reach. Reach is like dry bread for me, with little bits and lumps that I like. But ODST is like, man, this cracker has exquisite topping.
Hey, what's happening?
At the end of the day, it's just a single cracker, but it's got so much personality to it that I'm able to appreciate it. Am I going to say it's better than Halo 1, 2, or even 3? No.
Yes.
But
Failed to join session.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hold on.
Reach is just kind of a. Reach just feels like a boring modern military shooter set in Halo. Like, it feels like Call of Duty Halo.
I mean,
which map are we doing?
That's kind of what the first Halo was just a military shooter. I mean, like...
Yes, that is true. It's also dripping with personality.
It has less personality than Reach and ODST.
What? There you go.
Well, it has less... I'd say has less personality than ODST. Reach... I don't know.
It has less personality than Reach does. It's just the first title, so we prop it up in our minds, which I totally understand.
I want to point out I played all of these games back to back like a year ago for the first time, so I have no nostalgia on this.
That's fair.
I played Halo 1 after beating Doom Eternal. So like my FPS, like there's no nostalgia here. It's just because like I played Halo. My first Halo game I ever played was actually Reach back on the 360 when that came out, and I was just like, oh, this is really really cool. I can't wait to see what the other ones are like because this is kind of dry. Because at the same
to join.
Oh God, are we just?
What the heck?
Do you want to just?
What if we all just?
You want to just play? You guys just want to play Halo Reach?
No, I don't got that installed.
Damn.
What if we all just joined a random Exterminatus?
Yeah. Well,
try now.
All right, we'll try that out.
Hold on, it didn't even show. Hold on.
I can send it again. It's because I tried to do it from the controller. It brought up that overlay that doesn't shut down properly.
And like, I don't know. Like, can you if you were to tell me the appeal of Reach in one sentence, what would it be?
Reach.
You are the main character. Like,
Reach.
You are the Spartan.
The setting.
The setting is fantastic. And maybe it's a better experience to me because I had read the books and I was playing Halo since the early 2000s. So getting to live through Reach, even though it changed a lot of what was in the book and rearranged some stuff.
So I have to ask.
It was still like, holy shit, we get to play Reach.
I have to ask. Oh, you're in. Awesome. I'll join you then. I didn't get in. Shoot me an invite. Then I have to ask, what's special about Reach aside from its place in history?
That is the whole thing.
Reach is the character.
Reach is the character. It's like in the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movies. You know how New York is basically a character?
Yeah, because it has
Reach.
Because it has really good atmosphere.
Was built up in our minds for so long. The references in the first Halo, the references in Halo 2, the books, and getting to live through that, especially getting to, seriously, like, being able to be the Spartan and customize it in story, I cannot overstate how cool that fucking was. Because, like, now, for instance, with Space Marine 2, well, we are just a Space Marine, right? We are just kind of generic space boy.
Oh, you're not Titus?
Well, Titus is a blueberry, so he is as generic Space Marine as you fucking
so you're like, your appearance carries over.
Poster boy of the poster boy, which is like Chief, right? Where you're getting to play as the hero, but in Reach, you were just...
Hi, Obi.
You were a Spartan, just not Chief. So it was... I also didn't expect everybody to die like they did. Despite the fact that I owned the literal memorial statue, should have told me that everybody was going to die.
And the first thing you see is your own helmet with a hole blown through it.
I didn't register it was my helmet, and I forgot all about the opening cutscene by the time I finished Lone Wolf at the end. And just like Trash Bandits, the first time you played that mission is the farthest I've ever gotten. I played it for like 20 or 30 minutes, and I was like, "This is so much fun!" And then like a wraith tank killed me.
And I don't mean this as an insult. I would like to point this out very much because as someone who regularly comes to bat for Star Wars and explaining why characters aren't glub shittos but are actually really cool, you know where I'm coming from. You're a Halo lorehead, and you came in as a lorehead.
I did.
I came in as a fan of Halo 1 through 3.
And that's fair. And Reach does not play like Halo 1 through 3.
Can you repeat? So I want to point out, I'm trying to think of like a single plot moment from Reach that like I can memorize. Because I played the game more than I played any other Halo game. But I cannot.
Every single squad mate's death. They are burned in my brain.
I remember, first squad mate death was George, correct?
I was so mad when he threw me out of the ship.
Yeah,
I was actively yelling at my TV.
He was that asshole who kept getting in my way in the previous level. What was the name of... one of the giant ass who has all the porn ever. Cat. The one who forgot to turn her shields on.
No, it was knocked out from the nuclear blast.
Yeah. And even in game, headshots still dome motherfuckers through shields.
Now, I want to ask... See, for me, like, I have no... I have played Reach more than any other Halo game. I want to point that out. I've been playing it since when it came out. That was the only Halo game I bought at release. That was Megalith Day cross somebody I used to know, by the way, Obi. But for me, for example, the reveal of Prophet of Regret in Halo.
Turning off friendly fire, right?
Yeah, of course. But the reveal of the Prophet of Regret for me in Halo 2, of just an example of Halo charm. Regret, what are they talking about?
I'm gonna have
Dear
to deal with
alien,
the game shrunken. I can't fix that.
Damn.
While playing this particular game as much.
Dear alien bastards, we regret coming to Earth. We regret being alien bastards, and we regret having having the hell blown out of our raggedy ass fleet. Hoorah! And it's got so much fucking punch and personality, and it's a military dude talking to soldiers. And
it's literally that's what Johnson does.
Yeah, and that's what makes Johnson
awesome. Cool line.
You take out Johnson, it's literally just more soldiers.
Yeah, Johnson's great, and like what I'm saying is that personality is just missing from Reach. There's no or Master Chief, dumb, boring, green, basically Doom guy in a different setting. And before we knew who Doom guy was as a character, but green guy in armor.
We're arguing over Halo.
Master Chief, what are you doing? I'm giving the Covenant back their bomb. Master
Which
Chief,
was the best goddamn line.
Master Chief, mind telling me what you're doing on that ship? That, like, finishing the fight.
Game cuts. Damn it.
What was the other one? There's some in Halo 3 as well. There's some bad ones in Halo 3, like going to war. I'm always gonna make fun of.
Crazy fool.
Ma'am,
why do you always jump?
Why do you always jump? One day you're gonna land on something as stubborn as you are, and then.
Oh, sorry.
It's only just an NCO putting a baby officer in his place, and it's like, chef's kiss.
Good night,
I
Ghost.
also love generic military man stuff. Like, that shit is my bread and butter, right? And it's the same with the clones in Star Wars, like, the generic soldier boys, except for stormtroopers. Fuck stormtroopers. Hate stormtroopers.
I'm gonna say it. Clones sucked until the Clone Wars. Clones were clones were terrible. They were boring. They were boring copy-paste video game units until the Clone Wars happened. They didn't have.
Did you play Republic Commando? So there's a lot of personality in that game.
Yeah, you know why? Because Republic Commando added it. I'm talking about Attack of the Clones. That's all I'm talking about. When it was just Attack of the Clones. Yeah, exactly. And so what I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. The armor doesn't matter. What matters is the human being within the armor. When we got to know the clones of Force 99, when we got to know the Bad Batch, when we got to know the characters in Republic Commando is a great example. What matters is the human being in the uniform, not the uniform. And
except in the animated Clone Wars series by Tarkovsky's, where we got so much personalization from the clones without with like minimal dialogue,
and that was fucking awesome. I love that shit.
It was. We got the Doom clone in the form of Fordo.
Yep.
And like, all he did was show up, barely said anything, was a badass, and like pieced out, and then we see him being a badass again.
Remember that time in Attack of the Clones where Yoda gets on the ship and then just the clones get blown up as he flies off, and like the movie gives no attention to it? There's no.
Oh, you mean when they land at the hangar bay and that starfighter just picks off the two clones that survived?
Yeah, and like the movie gives no attention to it, and we just move on. That, to me, is. I think
it was to show that even the Jedi weren't giving a shit about the clones, which the fact that these Jedi didn't seem to care about individuals was
I think that's why so many pre-Clone Wars books were about the Clone Wars. Yeah, let's start the game. Sorry. I think that
we'll sit here and talk.
This is why we needed to do the pre-stream so that we could discuss Reach for an hour. But like, I think that's why so many great early Star Wars pre-Clone Wars books were about that, you know? Because the writers looked at that and went, "Oh shit, we should do something with that." But yeah, to me, that's the difference. That's the difference.
Wrong class. Fuck me.
We're all tactical Marines. Let's go. But
this is not what I didn't pick
mine yet.
Okay. To me, that's the difference between Halo and Reach. One has personality, and one is like, if you know what it is, you're bringing in understandings already. It's like a good example of this for me would be Captain Keyes. Whose favorite?
Well, that's what I feel like Reach was. Go ahead. I interrupted.
Yeah. No worries. I have the same thing with Captain Keyes from Halo 1. I love Captain Keyes. Who the fuck loves Captain Keyes? Well, me,
I
because
love Captain Keyes because of the books.
Yes, because of Fall of Reach. He's great in that book.
The books did a lot of heavy lifting for the characterization of people.
Oh man!
Because in
you
the
guys are
game,
gonna hate what I
people
gotta
are
say
just-
next then about that.
What's that?
I never read the books. I only played the games, and I
That's
thought
okay.
Captain Keyes was amazing.
Okay, he's still pretty good
That's
though.
okay.
But no,
I'm literally going off nothing but the games.
Halo-
And I do want to clarify, ODST is fun. I'm just tired of people feeling like people are like propping it up as
See,
like amazing.
That's me with
okay.
That's me with Reach, because if you're gonna make a story about soldiers, that's great. That's fine. It needs to go. You need to do something with it.
Here's the thing. It wasn't the story. It wasn't a story
Omega.
about
I like the White
soldiers.
Scars gear.
Yeah, it looks great.
White Scars. Here's the thing.
impressed.
It wasn't a story about soldiers.
It was
It was a story
Reach.
about Reach.
Yeah, it was all about the world's characterization.
And that brings me to another thing about Reach. What makes Reach special? Like I said, what makes Reach special aside from its place in the timeline? Because I'm not talking about the event that was the Fall of Reach. If Reach didn't have the Fall of Reach, would you care? If Reach wasn't,
There wouldn't have been a game without the Fall of Reach.
There wouldn't have been a
so
game.
let's set a fucking game. Let's imagine a game set on
Thank you, Peter.
Nostromo.
Yeah, that'd be a different game.
No,
Yeah.
what I'm saying is that planet has inherent personality. Earth,
I mean,
Reach also
the
has
Night
Earth-
Lords
Earth,
fans, sure.
like fucking Africa, fucking New Mombasa, and Halo ODST. It has personality. The city has more personality than Reach. Because of
Reach was the main industrial complex for the entire UNSC army. It had personality.
Does it have as much personality as the Forge world we're fighting on right now? And
Well,
that's-
Had more.
That's
This is
almost-
pretty samey.
that was my idea. It's like Reach. What is the physical architecture of Reach? You have.
You can't compare every single sci-fi setting to Warhammer.
I
It's
sure
over
would.
the top
I'm
on
watching.
purpose.
I'm watching Gundam right now, and boy, does that hold up.
Oh, yeah.
Gundam's fucking awesome. And that brings me to another point in terms of stories about soldiers. If you're gonna make a story about soldiers, I either want to see them being badass or I want to see them being tormented. I want
Damn, that's fucking. Those are two extremes.
I want Predator or I want All Quiet on the Western Front. Like, not always, of course, but like
we all died.
yeah. For me, I want a story about something. And what I loved about Reach was the moments where it really focused on that destruction. Yeah, let's reset. Let's retry. Yeah, I would also live in New Mombasa. It's gorgeous. It's got so much personality. It's like fucking Night City from Cyberpunk. It's like one city has so much more personality than Reach. Like, what's the culture of Reach like?
I feel like you playing Reach first, especially like it genuinely was like the let's go play this event that's been talked about.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play this Devastator Marine. This should fix my issues that I was having.
Yeah, but as a sci-fi setting, it doesn't have a lot of personality. It's just a place.
Feels like it had more personality than a lot of sci-fi shooters at the time, or like your generic Call of Duty.
I actually think
name spec
you're gonna hate me for this,
Uh-huh.
but I actually think that Reach had more personality than a Gundam show.
Honestly,
If you're talking about the
yes.
setting.
What Gundam show have you
You're
watched?
talking about setting. I think it had more personality
Because
what you got in
Baatiraps
Gundam was nothing but space and force.
Okay,
the occasional
I would
city.
like to ask which
In the city.
Gundam show are you naming? Oh, that would
Any
be.
Gundam.
Well, name
Except for Build Fighters, the universe of Build Fighters does a lot of
So,
is a lot of the
I'm a
characterization of Build Fighters.
I'm a Universal Century boy. I like my classic shit. I would say fucking Granada or Luna 2 has so much unique culture. There's scenes of characters just going shopping, and you just get such a vibe for how this place is. Texas Colony, that started as an amusement park for the Old West in Gundam Origin, but like that became their main cultural identity, so people started dressing like cowboys and stuff in order to like get in on the local economy. And now that economy is completely dead, that style remains because it's part of the planet's culture, so everyone still dresses like cowboys on Texas Colony. Like, it's so good. I'm a person. Again, I'm a purveyor when it comes to good sci-fi settings.
That's fair.
I love an underworld. I love a citadel. I love a Coruscant, or even like 1313. Like even the few episodes of Clone Wars we got to see of 1313 was so good. And it's like just reaches just Earth, but with different animals. I did like the part where you went underground, though. That giant underground facility was cool. Like, I can't tell you anything about the culture of Reach other than that one person spoke a different language.
It's literally just military capital.
Yeah, and
like,
I think
the bastion world of humanity is its.
I think.
And I mean, you literally. I feel like New Alexandria had a lot of.
New Alexandria is wonderful. I love New Alexandria, and you know what's great about New Alexandria?
It's not military.
Yeah, and Buck is there. That fantastic character from ODST. That's not the reason why, though. I just want to point out, I feel like for ODST, a lot of people like it because it's their first exposure to space noir. It's really amazing to people who've never experienced space noir or futuristic noir, you know?
Personally not a fan of the noir style.
You don't like... Really? You don't like 1313 or Cowboy Bebop, or... You just don't like... Bam, okay.
I got bored in the anime of Cowboy Bebop. I liked the show a lot, which I know is like heresy in its own right.
No, it's okay. Your favorite Gundam series is Seed. It's all right.
My favorite is Build Fighters and 00.
I haven't seen 00 yet. I'm very excited to see it.
It
was really heartbreaking.
00 has
I'll be honest.
To it.
You and I have
You
and I both love Star Wars. We have very different tastes. Because
that's true. That's what makes our conversation so interesting.
When I was talking to you about talked to you about Build Fighters, or when I was talking to you about Gundam Breaker, and I heard you go, ugh, a Zaku, I'm like, oh no, we can't ever talk about Gundam. Oh no.
I'm just like
that'd be like someone. That would be like someone playing Halo, looking over at an ODST and going, ugh, an ODST. Like, oh no.
I mean, hey, the first ODST we meet in the story are major assholes.
They are. Especially in
one
Fall
of them
of Reach.
is an unnecessary prick to cheat for no reason.
Right? That fucking beatdown in the weight room though was my favorite Master Chief moment.
Yeah, I like how he was like, those guys are probably dead.
I think my viewers have a very clear image of me when they say I have a thing for stories of children being exposed to extreme violence now that I think about it. Because
yeah, I don't.
My favorite Master Chief scene, aside from "Wake Me When You Need Me," is him beating like 5 people to death as a child.
I mean, to be fair, he was like 16. He wasn't a kid, and he definitely had the body of an adult.
And we were so proud of him when he did it. Like, who wasn't rooting for Chief in that scene?
Fuck those ODST assholes. Okay, so at Wave 5, after Wave 5, we'll be able to change arenas, and it'll also give you the chance to change class if you want to.
I think we're doing pretty good.
We are much better this time. Watch out behind you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, shoot. I messed up.
It's all good.
Yeah, with all media, it definitely, I would say, almost, especially with video game media and like big movies,
I need those grenades.
You have to rely on the media that comes alongside it, like the books, the games and comics and everything that give characterization to the background stuff. Like, and that is absolutely what gave the clones characterization, is because they were all background characters.
They were PS2 character models in your movie. Because remember, they were all CG. They didn't have faces or anything.
It made me so sad to learn that they didn't produce a single set of armor for episode 2 or 3. But like at the same time, I get it, because they do look so much better when it was CGI. Because it sold me on the sci-fi look more than the Stormtrooper armor ever
It's
did.
Very fantastical. I can agree with that.
It was like a very clean version.
It very much matches the aesthetics of Camino.
It does, yes.
Which I always liked.
Which makes sense.
Yeah. I think, man, I don't know. I think we have different tastes.
Good job, Omega.
But the thing is, whenever I hear something like, I'm not into blank, it breaks my heart. And it could be anything. If I were to say, like, I'm not... Like, my girlfriend said she wasn't into, like, military stuff. And then I showed her All Quiet on the Western Front. Then I showed her Saving Private Ryan and Band of Brothers and Gundam and 40K. Basically, I changed her mind. And I feel like I'm good at that. And so...
To be fair, Gundam is very anti-war.
Yes, and that's what I love about it.
Like, it's hard to... It can be easy to miss that fact, because giant robots are awesome, but it is, like... It's definitely very anti-war, anti-military, which I didn't realize as a kid.
Okay, I would like to... So, yeah, I think I agree with you. I agree that it can be easy to miss in some series. I started watching Witch from Mercury, and I went in going, all right, fun high school girl adventure Gundam battles.
That's what I expected too, and then episode 0 happened, and I was like, oh.
Well, I didn't see episode 0 wasn't on my streaming site. I didn't watch it until way later, so I missed out on that.
Gotcha.
Seeing a 6-year-old get her skull caved in episode 8 was like, oh yeah, we're back to Gundam. This is Gundam.
Spoilers.
Oh, don't worry. There's a lot of 6-year-olds that die.
I probably won't be returning to that series then.
Dude, okay, not every Gundam series. Kids dying is a
it's
cornerstone.
About the horrors of war.
Kids dying is a cornerstone. I'm not saying I enjoy it. It's horrific. But at the same time, it's like...
Didn't you just say you love watching horrible things happen to kids in your media?
In the moment, I don't enjoy it. It's always awful. But whenever I look...
so you enjoy the effect that comes from it. I died.
Oh, man. You know, I deserve this. I can't even say I'm arguing against it. But,
I mean, you kind of put yourself in the corner.
Oh, no doubt. But if I were to explain it, I would simply say, in the moment, I'm terrified. But in the aftermath, it does such a good job of locking things in, you know? You get a very good feel for the world and what happens. Like, there's a reason why Order 66 is such a it's such a remembered Star Wars moment.
It's a sad, tragic, honestly traumatizing thing that they keep making us rewatch from new perspectives, and I'm like, God damn it!
Because it's such a great moment.
The first 3 times.
So here's why I consume media. I want to be made to feel.
That's not why I consume media. I just love good stories, but the best stories make me feel. Holy shit, did Barbie make me feel things?
Yeah, right? Isn't that movie fucking awesome?
One of the reasons I love Baldur's Gate 3 is because it makes me feel so many things.
He's just Ken.
Crispy, the game is absolutely fantastic, and we were having some wonderful discussions. I know I'm not super in chat's kind of quiet, but
that's okay.
This is kind of how collabs go.
Don't indoctrinate Vea too late.
Pretty much.
But yeah, like I was saying, bad things. Okay, so bad things don't happen to kids. Oh, no, yeah, they do. Anyway,
I mean, all the clones are like 10-year-olds in the bodies of 20-year-olds, and horrible things happen to them.
Yeah,
it's an army of child soldiers.
I think what I like is realness. That's why my two favorite anime are Attack on Titan and Neon Genesis Evangelion. I like it when real ass shit happens. I like it when
hello.
I like it when people don't act like stereotypes, but act like real people. And that's what I love about Attack on Titan is Eva, is because characters will just do the worst things. Not just the worst, but the best things as well. And feel like you're like I feel like the cast of Attack on Titan is my friend, or my friends. After it's all said and done. Same with Mass Effect.
I enjoyed Attack on Titan for a while, but I think I've just grown out of, for me at least, enjoying dark stories for the sake of dark.
Okay, because
to me, dark for the sake of dark, I hate. Like, I'm just like, I become numb to it, and it just bothers me, and I stop watching.
I watched Kizumonogatari recently, which I have a very similar opinion on, of just, this is violent and fucked up, but what's the point, you know?
That's how I felt about Devilman Crybaby.
Yep. Well, Devilman Crybaby, I feel like you kind of have to appreciate the history. I have to go, okay, that's where this came from. I get it. And
we gotta go capture point A.
I don't think it's my favorite anime, but I go, oh, that's where Ava and Berserk got it. Okay.
Crispy, we're playing Space Marine #1. Sorry.
Yep.
I thought you said how's the game.
But I did.
All right, I'm on capture point A. You're good.
Yeah, I hate dark for the sake of dark. I'm with you there. I have
and even 40K is dark for the sake of dark. Like it is grim dark for the sake of being grim dark.
The Demon Kalaba is trash.
Comically dark sometimes.
Yeah, the Demon Kalaba is hot garbage. It's such a stupid piece of fucking lore. And there's a lot of I agree with that absolutely. I'm with you there. Like an example.
Demon Cupola is horrible.
Examples
or however you say it.
Examples of movies that I think are dark for the sake of being dark and shouldn't be that. Like, I guess my #1 example for movies is Human Centipede, but my favorite example for anime is Elfen Lied. Of just, does this have to be like this? Why? Why is this so fucked up all the time? Can't anybody be happy?
It's just like gore porn.
Do you have to stomp the puppy?
That's all it is.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, that's when the line for me. The line is when something bad is happening, and my thought is somebody jacking off to this?
Yeah.
Like, I watched House of a Thousand Corpses, and I was like, all right, this is good. And then I watched the sequel, Devil's Rejects, and I'm like, is somebody jacking off to this? Like this.
We got to get those guys with the rockets. They're fucking it.
Oh yeah, flash gets.
Did you respawn, Alex?
Oh, I can.
Yes.
Oh,
when
no.
you die, there's a timer. It's set to like 20 or 30 seconds.
I'm really embarrassed. I've just been sitting here
you're
quietly
good.
this whole time.
Wait, you didn't pick your respawn?
No, I didn't. But no, I hate Dark for the sake of Dark. But I think for me, my line for that is different. Because Attack on Titan was there for me for a minute. When I got to the final season, and I'm like, all right, where the fuck are we going with this? Like, I was getting angry. And then they delayed the next season for like 2 years, and I just said, fuck it. I'll wait for it to be over. And then I watched it all in one sitting, and boy, was that a better experience. Some things are meant to be binged.
I agree. I feel that way with
charge up
One
enough.
Piece, though the pacing is really bad.
It's slow.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's bad, it's slow.
The anime's pacing is bad.
Did you ever try binging it?
Especially post time skip. The anime, the way they slow
yeah. Okay.
Oda, there are some arcs that Oda's made. Like, I feel like Skype is slow.
Yeah.
But
Post time skip, absolutely. I agree with you.
yeah. Although, speaking of grimdark, quick spoiler alert for like the very grim dark death that happened in the latest chapter was sure something to see.
And what?
In the latest chapter of One Piece.
Oh.
Good job, me back.
I get really uncomfortable whenever I see really violent shit in One Piece, but I think that's what's so smart about it. Is it uses violence so sparingly. Reminds me of like Dragon Ball in that way, where it's just like, oh man, that guy got hit with a super laser, and he just got kind of burnt up a little bit. Oh, he just punched that guy's arm off. Okay.
Yeah, so like you know when it's time, and because it's used so sparingly, like you don't grow numb to it in the story.
But I have two.
Shoot, I'm getting lit up. Hold up.
I would love. Okay, I don't know if you know about the show Versus Wolves. There is there is this phenomenal podcast.
I'm getting lit up.
Yep. Sorry, guys.
No, you're good.
I'm doing my own thing over here. Are they our friends?
Don't worry.
All right. Are they our friends? The turrets.
Yes,
Yay.
they're here to help us.
Kill the orcs. Sorry, I heard you say jacking off. Now I'm strangely drawn to the stream. Oh gosh. But there's this fantastic podcast I watch called Versus Wolves, and it's two guys showing each other media and then discussing it. And the way they go about it is watch it as long as you're willing. You know, you don't have to watch the whole thing. And my recommendation for you is two things. I want you to watch the movie Sin City. Okay, how do you feel about that movie?
The fact that I'm having to think about how I feel that movie probably says a lot.
Because to me it is the most gorgeous distillation of noir, of neo-noir as a genre, and it's what got me addicted. Like watching that movie when I was like 10 years... I shouldn't have watched it when I was 10 years old, now that I think back to it. I shouldn't have been watching that shit.
For me, it was definitely the sexy characters.
Oh, yeah.
And it was so startlingly, so very different than anything else that I watched. So it was like knew this is different.
Yeah.
So that definitely played a part.
Let's make a comic book movie that looks like the comic book.
Yes.
Like, oh, I love that. To me, that's one of my, like, I guess the style of it, because I'm not going to go claiming that, like, the story of Marv is some masterpiece. I just know it's really, really great when he, like, drops down the staircase, grabs onto the railing so hard that it causes the railing to snap, and then, like, kicks the shit out of a bunch of people in SWAT uniforms. I was, like, losing my shit. Then again, that's also a thing for me. I love beatdowns. A good beatdown is very good for my soul.
Okay.
I like it. I don't know. I just like a good visceral beatdown in something. That's why I didn't like the sword. That's why I didn't like the lightsaber battles in the prequels very much, because it was very like spinny.
It was very style.
Very style. Like it's
which I feel like made it more fun to watch. Like I freaking love the lightsaber fights in the prequels. They're especially because unlike when we saw him in the originals, where it's an old man in a tech suit, and somebody who's trained with a lightsaber for like a year at most, against people who've trained their whole lives. Well, it's the art versus the brute, basically.
Yeah. And like I love that idea. I love that aesthetic of Star Wars for me personally, and I think what makes it my favorite. What's why I genuinely enjoy the sword fights in the originals more than the prequels is because you can feel the emotions of the characters. Like,
That's very fair.
I know the reason why the sword fight in Star Wars, the first movie, sucked is because it was like an old guy and a guy who couldn't see. But to me, I always read that as these are two people who don't know what the other person... Like, there are two people who don't know what the other person's power level is.
Yeah.
They are both terrified. They're both being very, very careful. It's like when...
Oh, I'm getting lit up. Come on.
I can save you. I can save him. I can fix him.
Hold on, I'm good.
All right.
Okay. For some reason, it wouldn't let me up in the air.
That's good. But
no.
Also, feel free to chime in, Omega. I'm sorry if we're dominating the conversation.
Nah, you're right.
I've been waiting to talk to Batir since the last stream, pretty much. So.
You're the space here. I just. Man, I watched my friends play it. It's so good.
It looks really cool.
It is. I played it pretty much all weekend and all this morning on stream and had a blast. And even the campaign is co-op, which really surprised me.
Heck yeah. I know, I saw that.
You know what sucks about being me?
What?
What's
You're
up?
poor. It's alright, I feel you.
That's alright, I am poor. But what sucks about being me is that surface level isn't enough anymore. Like, and I'm not saying that in like I'm so much better. I'm not saying that in like I'm better than you sort of way, but in a I am genuinely cursed sort of way. I no longer feel excitement from cool shit happening. It has to have some sort of deeper meaning or else... I
used to be that way, but then 2020 happened. And then
That's
TikTok, and my brain regressed. So now I'm excited about Kids again.
If you're able to get joy out of something that other people can't, that's not a regression. That's a victory.
Yeah. Because it's no longer other people telling us like what we can or can't enjoy. It's like
I like guys in power armor duking it out with chain swords, and I think it's like the coolest stuff ever.
See, I agree with you. I love that. But I also love how the guy in the armor is like brainwashed and tragic.
Yeah.
I mean, all the Space Marines at this point have Ultra Depression. It makes the blueberries more interesting.
Absolutely. That's why I've never really hated on the Ultramarines, because I'm like, they're boring, and people are like, they're boring.
I played against somebody who knew their rules to a T, and holy shit, was it rough. Like, he was like, I know I play the best Space Marines, and I really love them, I don't want them to lose, and it's just like, oh, holy shit. Like, this man defeated Magnus twice out of 3 times in the same game. Let me keep bringing him back, because he felt bad for me.
You know what's sad? That's the best part of playing Blood Ravens, because Blood Ravens are, hey, can I use these rules from this White Dwarf article from 2016? No? Alright, I'll just use the Ultramarines rules.
That's very fair.
I want to use the Blood Raven rules. I know they suck.
I gotta reposition.
But if you're gonna make me use Ultramarines, I'll know no fear.
That's fair. I like playing as the Imperial Fists a lot.
Oh yeah.
I like the Siege Fortify mechanic, which I didn't really feel I got the vibe with until I played Unification mod.
This is the most cowardly I have ever played this game. I'm not gonna lie.
Works.
I am doing some fucking.
You died less than me, so you're good.
I'm doing some Tau shit right now.
No, you're good.
Backpedaling, rolling, and shooting. Am I really good at this game, actually?
Oh shoot! Oh shoot! Oh shoot!
Remember, tactics are vital. Charging straight into enemy fire is a dumb call. The Space Marines are just too brainwashed.
That's true. That's true. They have cultural reasons to
We're
tell
not
them
playing
to be
the
idiots.
guard. Oh, I'm about to get fucked up. I gotta reposition.
Okay,
you already see any ammo?
I think it's because I beat a guy once at one of the first games of Kill Team I ever played. I beat a guy just by back. He was playing Space Marines and so was I, but he kept charging into melee and I kept backpedaling, and I won. And
I mean, that works.
And he's like, really? He told me I was a terrible Space Marine player.
Oh, see,
What a douchebag.
that's pretty shitty. To be like, oh, you didn't play him, lore. That's dumb. I'm like, my guys are gonna have some sense of tactics, okay? Even though I, as their commander, don't.
Well, that's the two things we know about the Blood Ravens is or three things. They're thieves, they don't fight fair, and they're like really psychic. So probably Zinch probably loves the Blood Ravens. Just like he loves the
Lore-wise, you wanna know something?
What's that?
Yes.
When I first got into 40k, I was always confused that the Alpha Legion didn't follow Zeech. But then the more I thought about it, the more it started making sense.
He probably really likes them.
Probably.
He's probably like outside their window he's outside their window with the boombox.
Gotta leave the capture point.
Like Slanesh is outside the White Scars.
Yes.
Pretty much.
I freaking love that Slanesh was way more interested in Jagatai.
It makes sense. It makes sense why.
Dang it! I'm getting lit up. Nope.
It's all good.
What happened?
We burned all the lights.
Capture the point.
Damn it. That's why.
That's the one thing I don't like about this mode.
I'm just here for the podcast. Said someone in chat.
Does losing the point lose the game?
I think so. Yeah.
Sometimes, yeah.
Okay.
We were kicking ass.
Unless it was like one of those. What?
We were still kicking ass though.
Oh yeah.
We were. I don't know if it'll start us back at the beginning or start us back at wave 6.
Please
Looks like back at wave 6.
Okay,
Woo.
cool. Yeah.
Woo, wave sex.
Okay, reason Thunder Hammer this time.
Yeah. My man. I want to lick a thunder hammer. I know it'll kill me.
I like it.
I want to lick it. I want to like. It looks like it would like. Well, you'd probably just piss and shit yourself and die the second you did it. But I mean,
well, like, is it on? That's the important question.
Well, why would you lick it while it's off? It's just metal at that point.
I don't know. Have you seen that thing? It's a sexy weapon.
I also want to eat a purity seal, but that's.
Why do you want to? Okay.
All right.
Somebody make this man purity seal cookies, please.
Dude, you're my fucking you're my fucking hero, Batir. Okay, so Batir, that reminds me.
Yes.
I want to. The other thing I wanted to recommend to you is a very short anime called Mobile Suit Gundam: The War in the Pocket.
I am very aware of War in the Pocket. I'm very, very aware of it. I have chosen to avoid it up till now.
I think you should give it a try because it is probably the most charming Gundam series. It is. Okay, it gets dark, of course.
I don't want to watch the little boy be traumatized, and I know what happens to the two pilots, and I'm just like, I'm good.
That's great that you already know that, because I won't punch you in the gut. I know your answer is still no, but allow me to try to convince you.
Okay.
My favorite thing about it on a rewatch recently was it feels...
I do love the Alex.
How do you feel about things like Stranger Things, or the Goonies, basically adventure movies about kids kicking ass and being really smart?
I enjoy the Goonies. Mm-hmm. It's not one of those, like, I'll rewatch it anytime. I'm just like, yeah, it's a fun movie.
How do you feel about Home Alone?
I enjoy... Home Alone 3 is my favorite.
Okay. Smart kid
Just
doing...
listening to y'all talk, to be honest. Hey,
yeah.
We appreciate it, Crispy. Whenever Alex and I play games together, it basically is us gaming while we podcast.
Pretty much. But, my recommendation for War in the Pocket is not that you watch the whole thing, but watch it as long as you're enjoying it. And I recommend it because it's a genuinely fantastic story about a kid being really smart and doing awesome shit.
This thing shoots so fast.
Are you using a Stormbolter?
We went through that wave super quick.
I'm using a plasma pistol.
Oh yeah, that thing
This
is
is really
meaty in this game, yeah. But
it's meaty in the second game too.
I can recommend. Okay, this is going to be weird for me as well. I can recommend War in the Pocket the same way I can recommend the badass Warhammer Kids books. Have you read those?
Oh, I've actually heard pretty good things about them, and it's just like watered down a little bit, but not that much.
It's amazing. Okay, it's watered down a little, but it's not even watered down. It has the same level of violence as your average 40k video game. It doesn't go Demon Kalaba or Fulgrim in terms of just over the top gore, you know.
after this, I have a question for the group and chat, all three chats.
No problem. But they are,
Go ahead.
just if you want to hear a story about kids kicking ass in the Warhammer setting, it's fantastic because the kids are about as smart as a kid in the Warhammer setting should be. And you're like, how do these? That was everyone's number one question when the books got announced. It's just like, how are these kids going to stay alive? Barely.
Yeah.
It really.
I mean, clearly some humans make it to adulthood.
That's true. But it reminds me of like a series of unfortunate events or the Percy Jackson books.
I freaking love the Percy Jackson books.
Kids kicking ass. Like, they're like one of my favorite moments in the book is the kids are in the forest being hunted by a single Necron.
Oh, that sounds fucking terrifying for kids.
It's a nightmare. It's like because none of them have none of them have weapons. One of the kids even is a pacifist and refuses to use weapons.
Pacifist and dies.
Yeah.
Wait a second.
And you know what? How she survives? She's fucking smart. She's really smart. And I love it. It's such a good read, and that's why I also love Gundam War in the Pocket. I think I feel like I need to highlight more wholesome shit that I'm into because I feel like
that might be a good idea for some people.
Hold up! Don't grab that ammo. I need it.
Oh
okay,
hey,
grab it.
I love My Neighborhood. Hey, guess what my favorite Studio Ghibli movie is?
How's Moving Castle?
Wow, you close. Ponyo.
Oh, close.
Oh, gotta capture the point.
Gotta capture this.
My favorite.
That's like, but we gotta do it.
My favorite Ghibli movie is Ponyo.
I have not seen a single Studio Ghibli movie.
You should see.
Just the monthly reminder.
Yeah, you should see. You should see a Studio Ghibli movie.
I haven't seen a single one that interests me yet. I haven't seen a trailer or art from any of them that makes me want to go, yeah, I really want to watch this.
I think you'd really like Nausicaa Valley of the Wind. That's my Ghibli recommendation.
So many people have tried so hard to convince me, and to be honest, Freya has the best chance. Because I've made her watch so much stuff. Like, my ex-wife couldn't convince me to watch any of them. But Freya has just good faith watched so many things that I've recommended.
You can just watch them. You know, it's just a movie, man.
I know.
All right, fair enough.
But I get a lot of recommendations for certain things, and once like you get recommendations from so many people, or like so many people saying that, oh shit, you should watch something, that like I become deaf to it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, you become deaf after a certain point.
I guess at this point, I just won't recommend anything.
But you don't have to do that.
No, I'm just saying
it's just like explaining.
Yeah, no, absolutely. See, for me, I found a solution to that problem, and that is
Alex, respawn.
Oh, I'm respawned.
Okay, sorry.
Oh my goodness! I am getting mugged. I'm getting mugged.
I'm on my way down. I'm on my way to help.
Hold up.
I'm about to respawn.
My solution to that problem is I made a big old list. And I put everything in order in terms of the least amount of episodes to the most amount of episodes.
Yeah.
And I watch everything until I can't take it anymore. Which sometimes is episode 1, and other times is after it's over. Like, for example, I started the Gundam. I wanted to watch just a little bit of Gundam. I wanted to watch Witch from Mercury, and now I'm binging the entire series. I tried watching Kids on the Slope. I got 3 episodes in and dropped it. So like, it depends on how much I can handle.
Gotcha. I definitely feel like I have seasons.
Oh, yeah, bad.
We did better though. We didn't lose the point.
Absolutely. My recommendation for Ponyo is based entirely on, do you think the ocean is awesome? Not like, do you think the ocean is okay? Like, do thoughts of exploring the ocean excite you? Then watch Ponyo.
They did until I played Subnautica.
Okay, for me that amplified it. But yeah, my least favorite Ghibli movie is actually Grave of the Fireflies. I think that movie is like needlessly fucked up. I think.
Ray, I feel like the last thing rewatched was honestly probably a rewatch of something.
All right. Actually, I'm gonna plasma cannon back.
And then I can also recommend. Like,
wait.
I can also. Oh, we're pausing it. Oh, we're going. Okay.
We're going. Nope, no pausing.
Do it live.
Fuck it.
We didn't do the Emperor's will.
Do it live. Fuck it.
Oh, Gilliman for
man. Dawn. Do you think like really crazy right wingers reincarnate into 40K? and it's like the best life ever for them? Is that their heaven?
I feel like the entire fandom of 40K is very aware of how god-awful it would be to live in the universe.
No, absolutely.
Knows.
There's that meme of the baby, like, being born and be like, please don't be 40K, please don't be 40K, please don't be 40K. Or, like, the memes of, like, you die and get to reincarnate into your favorite universe.
No, I'm good.
And all the 40K fans like, fuck, no.
Somebody asked me
I'm good.
yesterday, would you live in the world of Gundam? And I said no. I really wanted to live in the world of Witch for Mercury until those kids died.
Yeah, like, living in most stuff is, like, conditional. Like, well, can I be a thing that I want to be? If the answer is yes, then it's different,
Star
right?
Wars, am I
Like,
a Jedi? Yes. Am I not a Jedi? No.
See, my answer is I don't want to be a Jedi or a Force user. I just want to be a really cool average person.
Yeah, bounty hunter. Everyone wants to be Cad Bane.
Nah. I don't want to be a bounty hunter. That seems like too much work.
See, I want more isekais that are using pre-established universes in interesting ways. One of my favorite.
I would want to be an X-wing pilot.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Right?
Yeah, one of my favorite isekais is a Dragon Ball Z isekai in which.
Oh my god, I know what you're talking about.
Yep.
Where he reincarnates as Yamcha.
I'm in the world of Dragon Ball. Fuck, I'm Yamcha. I get to plow Bulma for a bit, but for a minute.
Okay, there we go.
Star Wars, but you're
My
one.
question
but
for
you're a
everybody
clone.
in their chats was, who is your favorite Primarch? And it's okay if your favorite Primarch is different than your favorite Space Marine Chapter or Legion.
Hey, guess my favorite
This is gonna
Primarch.
sound very
Is
strange
it Night
to you.
Lords?
Go on, do yours first, Ometagon. What were you saying?
Oh,
Sorry.
sure. This is gonna sound very strange because I love the White Scars so much, but my favorite has to be Alfarius Ometagon.
Oh, he's so
Yeah.
good, right? Oh man,
Yeah,
good
it's
choice.
so much fun.
Fulgrim.
Oh shit. Why am I not surprised?
Because
It was that or Conrad Kurz is what I was guessing.
so if I hadn't read Fulgrim, Conrad Curse would be my favorite. Mainly because his story is interesting, and that's the biggest thing for me. Is there an interesting story about your Primarch? And there's other interesting stories about Primarchs, but for me, Conrad's entire prophecy thing.
No, Halber, why?
Conrad's entire prophecy thing is just wonderful. Angron's a close third. Angron's is really good too. See, for me, 40K.
I feel for Angron so much.
And
For a man's-
that's a tragedy.
40K is all
He's
about.
one of the most tragic Primarchs, I feel like.
If I were to use one word to define 40K that I think is the ultimate identifier for the core of the entire franchise, it's irony. Whether it's dark irony or hilarious irony, irony is the biggest, most important thing about
All right,
40K.
Crispy, I appreciate you hanging out, man. Thanks.
Hold
Hope
on,
you
my
have a great
chat's
night.
calling me out for not playing Astrobot. I don't have a PlayStation anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
fucked up.
Is it
You
sad
fucked up.
that
That's a wall.
Astrobot is literally the only PS5 game I want to play?
I'm about to die.
PS5 period.
Oh no, right? It's the Bloodborne of the PS5.
And I'm about to lose that.
Hey, you know what should be the Bloodborne of the PS5? Bloodborne.
Oh man.
But yeah, like for me, it's all about making me feel. Is Ometagon an Astrobot? Absolutely,
100%.
100%. I think for like a month you should be a servo skull, but I mean,
No, thank you.
just creep everyone out. Like I'm like for maybe I'll just because I was thinking about fun things to do for like April Fools.
Like, you're like the
You know.
Yeah, for April Fools. Like I was thinking about just getting a modified version of my PNG that has dog ears, and just like we're School of the Dog now.
We're the House of the Dog now.
House of the Dog. I like that. But no, I love feeling.
Oh, shoot, I need ammo.
I love it when a
I
story.
used to be charged up.
All right, we got to capture the point.
I love it when a story gets to my heart. And
I definitely agree. I don't think I've had a single 40K story get to my heart. Though I will say Twice Dead King made me feel things.
Oh yeah.
And I always feel when I read and or listen to the Caiaphas Cain books.
I felt really okay. 40K books that made me feel strongly, gave me feels.
I feel like I need to read the Night Lords trilogy. I'm just not in the mood for like what as dark as that's probably gonna get.
What?
I read the first one. It's great.
Hell yeah.
Is it good? Okay.
it's great.
My,
You know what surprised me the most about the book? I'm gonna spoil it a little bit.
Go on.
Okay.
It's the fact that it portrayed a Titan so well.
Oh man, yeah. Titans in books are terrifying.
The
like,
single Titan
Unless
took down almost
you're
the
reading
entire
Twice
city
Dead
by
King,
itself.
Or
Wolfix's
Brutal
brother
Cunning.
snipes one.
Or Brutal Cunning, where they fire when they basically drive a car into the head of one.
Like, I was
fuck,
seriously
okay.
surprised by the book when that happened.
Okay, now that I'm dead, I can talk.
Nail it up.
40k books to give me feels. Gazgul Thraka, Prophet of the Wa.
I'm gonna die.
Hold on, let me charge up. Keep distracting up.
The Infinite,
I got you.
the Infinite and the Divine has like a fucking Gurren Lagann ending. And then that got me. I was cheering for the Necrons. Like I'm like, yes, you can do it. You can do it, Orkin. I believe in you. And like,
At Oregon.
I believe in you,
They're
Orkin.
chasing me.
Or Trazyn. Like Trazyn, quit being a dick. Help out your buddy. Your friends. Stop it. Your friends. Your besties.
It's like a buddy. It's like a buddy cop film, basically.
Oh my
One
goodness.
Piece has your heart. One Piece
One-
makes me feel a lot of things.
One of my favorite portrayals of faith as a core moral of a story outside of the Prince of Egypt is fucking The Flight of the Eisenstein. And how you just...
Let me cool off my plasma gun, please.
But like, I'm not a religious person by any means, but like, man, Flight of the Eisenstein got me like, man, we need faith. Faith is so fucking important. Like, and that,
I got it. Don't worry about me.
yeah, you got it. Good. I'm happy for you, man.
Oh boy.
We all gotta find it. But yeah, Flight of the Eisenstein is a book about space marines going from.
We did it. We didn't fuck it up this time.
But yeah, it's a book.
God.
It's a book about loyalist Death Guard.
Right now.
All right,
I've heard
okay,
very
sorry.
good things about that book.
so good. It's,
Which one?
Flight of the Eisenstein. It's the 4th Horus Heresy book, or the 5th.
Oh.
But you can read it as a standalone. It's a lot of the Horus Heresy books are actually great as standalones. That one and
That's Sigismund. I keep getting told I need to read it.
yeah, Fulgrim's really good too, but it's a horror movie. So unless you want, it's a genuine horror story.
My favorite horror thing is Death Troopers from Star Wars.
Yeah.
Especially with the audiobook, which was the first like audio drama Star Wars one that I heard.
Nice.
And bro, it's like living through the experiences, and holy shit, did that book make me feel things.
You beat this game again last night? Congrats, Wii Games. That's awesome, man. But Flight of the Eisenstein is about just a group of space marines being brought down as low as they could possibly be. Not in like a fucked up torturous kind of way, but in terms of just every advantage.
Like morale-wise?
Morale. Just an entire space marine group. It's like, all right, we are escaping in our ship. There are chemical weapons in our ship. They're about to explode. Half of the ship is now full of chemical gas. We can't use that half of the ship. Now we're going into the warp. The astropath dies. Okay.
Oh no.
Oh.
Demons
You're
are,
screwed.
demons
You're
are
cooked.
yeah, demons are now crawling inside. The only thing that's protecting us is this insane woman who for some reason believes in the Emperor as a god. And for some reason, like that's the start of the book. Nobody has faith except for this woman. And she's the only thing holding them back. And so you see is basically how worship of the Emperor is not. These people aren't manipulated into it. They choose it because they have to believe in something. And it's such a beautiful story. Flight of the Eisenstein also has some of my favorite Rogel Dorn moments.
Oh, where he's like, "I'll fucking kill you for talking shit about Horus."
Yes.
Like when you hear
That's where the book is from.
Yes, when you hear that story of him talking to Rogel Dorn and like telling him the truth no matter what brings a man to that point? What gives a man the courage to do that? And the events of the Flight of the Eisenstein give a man the strength and faith he needs to stare down what is ostensibly a god and tell him to fuck himself because he's wrong.
I keep forgetting I have a secondary weapon.
It is a genuinely. It's also a genuinely uplifting book. I really love it. There's very few 40k books that I could describe as
just did
uplifting.
kill myself.
Oh no!
Oh, Gazgul Thraka is uplifting. That's also about faith. That book is amazing.
I really need to to read an orc book.
Ooh, it's so good. I recommend that, and actually don't recommend Brutal Cunnin, because Brutal Cunnin's just like one long action scene, and it lacks a lot of the personality that. Am I bricky?
I mean, I like one long action scene. It's one of the reasons I love
Mad Max Fury
Tom
Road.
Cruise living the movie where he's time looping it. And I was like, this is just one long action scene.
Oh God, Edge of Tomorrow's amazing. Yes,
I have so much fun in that movie.
Good action movies are the shit, man. That's my favorite. That is my #1 favorite anime to live action adaptation.
And it's crazy because it's very much not like the
Okay, who's lighting me up?
the manga.
Because they took the heart and they got rid of everything else, which I thought was really smart. Alita did that too. I actually like Alita's live action adaptation more than its anime adaptation. I love Battle Angel Alita.
See, that's how I felt about Cowboy Bebop. Like, the anime bored me.
No!
The anime, the music is amazing, but the anime bored me. But it was so exciting to see it all in live action. I was like, this speaks to me so much more than the anime did.
Ometagon, did that hurt you the way it hurt me?
I haven't even watched Cowboy Bebop,
Just
but I
look,
can already tell.
I could send you 2 side-by-side fights.
Oh no,
I have seen. I have watched
actions.
almost the entire
It is
anime.
bad.
Spike versus Vicious is glorious. And the live action is a fucking joke. Like, Vicious is a fucking cartoon character in the live action movie, but he's like a real person in the fucking anime.
He is, and I love it. That he's just this big cartoon villain the whole time.
See, that's what I love about Bebop, is that it's fucking grounded and really awesome. It's like good hard sci-fi.
Am I getting punched by?
Oh man, that breaks my heart. That hurt. It hurt
one
me.
kill from that.
It hurt me to hear you say that.
I'm sorry, but I'm also not sorry because
That's like someone saying they like Dragon Ball Evolution more than Z.
I know of at least one person that feels that way, and while I feel for them, at the same time, like, I get it. I like the Scott Pilgrim movie, but
it's great.
After reading the story, it's like, oh, I see where a lot of things were lacking, and I know.
Oh, have you seen Takes Off?
With it.
Have you seen Takes Off yet?
I don't know what Takes Off is.
Oh, are you the Netflix?
Oh, I got the big boy.
The Netflix series.
Scott Pilgrim versus the World?
No, Scott Pilgrim Takes Off. The anime of Scott Pilgrim on Netflix.
No, it's more because I'm not really interested in Scott Pilgrim at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just like, it's fine.
Oh, that thing's glorious. It's very meta.
Goodbye.
Very meta, very good. It's meta, and it's meta in a way that's not fucking annoying.
Repositioning? Come on!
That was the last one.
I'll send you to Gork and Mork. Oh, I died. They sent me to my Primarch. Honestly, I feel like my favorite Primarch rotates, but and some of them I like for the jokes and like the meme of what they've become. Like, frickin', I do really like Gilliman. I really like seeing him in the what was it? The trilogy of books that I'm blanking on.
I understand your take on Cowboy Bebop, but I fucking hate it. I can't stop thinking about it. It's so like, if you made that up to piss me off.
Now I live in your head rent free.
If you told me you made that up to piss me off, I would believe you.
I didn't. I genuinely didn't. I genuinely enjoy the live action more than I enjoyed the anime. And I absolutely understand that'll piss some fans off. I get it.
Yeah, because
it's not why I feel that way.
Oh man.
Oh, fucking squigs.
Oh, that
Watch
hurts.
out.
That hurts. I'm
Actually,
sorry.
you know what?
Also, the Scott Pilgrim live action movie is fucking glorious.
I really liked it.
Here's Alex's opinion on remakes and adaptations. If you're not going to do it, if you're not going to do a Sin City, if you're not going to make something that's actually like what it is, you need to have a really strong style. You need to have, like, the new Crow movie. If this was the new Crow movie, I rolled my eyes at it, and I'm like, that's stupid. But if it was Quentin Tarantino's The Crow, or how was the other one? The Coen Brothers' The Crow, I might have taken a look. Quentin Tarantino's Borderlands would have been so cool, but he'd never.
Also, yeah.
He did probably.
I think I'm gonna straight up refuse to watch the Borderlands movie unless someone like pays me to do it.
I think you'd really like it.
I also didn't really enjoy Borderlands 3 that much, even though I was so excited to play as Maeve and get the teddy bear mech and be yet again basic soldier bitch boy, as my best friends call it when I play games like that.
Yeah.
But like 3 and some of the stuff just killed some of my interest in the franchise, and then the movie just being your sadly typical adaptation where it's just big names over anything else, and like
no, I'm convinced you'll love it.
The only thing that looked good to me was Jack Black's Claptrap.
I'm convinced. I'm convinced you will love it. I'm sorry.
Why are you convinced I love it?
Because you like trash. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but I think you'll really like it. I'm so sorry.
Are you saying this because I enjoyed the Cowboy Bebop live action more than the anime?
No,
is this your vengeance?
It's not it. It's not it. That's not it at
Try
all.
to gaslight
That was the nail. That was the last nail in the coffin. It was.
That was what ends our friendship.
No, we're still friends. We're still friends. I just think you're really gonna like this movie, and I'm really happy for you.
It sounds like such a backhanded comment.
When are we gonna do a double feature? It really is a backhanded compliment. I'm sorry. I'm being an asshole. I apologize. That being said,
ooh, I got the Meltagun.
It isn't just from that. It's just.
I didn't even roll a D1. My plasma gun didn't even explode.
I think it's because I'm a broken person. To be completely honest with you.
Okay, back to Thunderhammer.
Let's get soul searchy. My favorite movies as a child were the Resident Evil movies.
I freaking loved those.
Well, I loved the first two.
That's exactly what I thought you were going.
The first two were so good.
That's exactly what I thought you were going to say, Batir.
I freaking loved those movies.
My problem is that so my issue for the longest...
Raccoon City was god-awful, but strangely more like the video game.
Yeah. There are parts of those movies I really like. I like the death game element of the first movie quite a lot. I also really enjoy not the last movie, but the next to last movie.
Lit up.
Anyway, despite we can discuss the merits of the Resident Evil movies later. What I can say is that
when we co-op the best Resident Evil games, 5 and 6, right?
You guys have fun with that.
Did I just hear him scream?
Yeah, that was me taking my head away from the mic and like fake vomiting to make sure that I was fucked. What the?
I love the co-op ones. They're so much fun. Like 8 is my absolute favorite, but followed closely by 5 and 6. And that's not me like taking the piss.
Have you played RE4?
Yes, I have.
God.
I played the original before the remake came out, and then I played through the remake with my best friend.
I don't even
and it was a good time. And I played through the 2 make. I haven't finished 3 make.
I love RE2 make. Yeah.
Being able to play games co-op makes them next level for me.
Okay.
Because it's like so rare now that just having that element
absolutely
makes it so much more exciting.
100%. I'm with you there. Because that's what it is for me with certain games. Like just the addition of co-op takes a game that I would not bother with and makes it something worth my time.
Yeah, like
absolutely.
Co-op is what makes Army of 2 so amazing.
I can. You know what? That makes sense. I want to ask you a question though. Have you played Resident Evil Revelations 2? That is the other co-op Resident Evil game.
And I really want to play through it with somebody.
All right, well then that's what we're doing because I haven't played it at all. Okay. I would love to experience that because I hear that is a great co-op RE game. Just like I heard that for 5.
I love good co-op games. Because that's why I'm so excited about Space Marine 2. That's the fact that like we can all play it.
Does it have campaign co-op?
Yeah, it does. The only thing that's not co-op in Space Marine 2 is the tutorial mission. That is it. As soon as the tutorial mission's over, you can group up.
Okay,
what made that game a 10 out of 10 for me?
What's that?
Captain Titus can wear a helmet.
Okay, I thought you were going.
He doesn't in the cutscenes though, and it bothers me.
That's fair.
I know, I saw that.
Have you guys ever seen that? Have you guys ever seen that image of Captain Titus in the Chaos Armor? You can get his DLC with him going, "I am no heretic." I thought you were talking about RE5 for a second. I thought you were gonna say like Sheva's ass or something, because like that's the winner for me. Oh no, in Wesker. Holy shit, Wesker.
Okay, Ometa, I'm coming with some shield guys behind me. I can't punch through their shields.
Oh no, I'm gonna die.
We can talk about the merits
shit,
of we can talk about the merits of Resident Evil 5 and 6 at a later date. Because there are things I love about those games. Wesker and Wesker's son.
I know a lot of people love 7, but 7 like had me really worked up. Like I was fucking pissing my pants, kind of like holy fucking shit.
I had to play that game with the music off. I was too scared. Nowadays I can handle it no problem.
Markiplier play through it, and I was still scared shitless as I was playing through.
That game has what I like to call it horror, where it's just a movie where it's just a scares.
Why am I not going?
It's just scares that yell in your fucking face, you know. Anyway, yeah.
There's nowhere to retreat. Oh no!
I'm so glad I smoked before this. That has brought the best energy to this stream. You are a great smoking buddy, Batir.
I'm glad. But I've been told I'm fun to be on drugs around.
So, I'm one of those kids who grew up not taking insults as insults. I took them as criticisms, and I tried to adjust myself to meet them. Which is why I was also one of those kids who thought Pokemon was dumb for the longest time, even though I secretly loved it. So basically, I was pathetic.
Bro, I get it. I still care way too much about what other people think.
And so when I got on the internet and started like getting involved in YouTube and stuff, people would always bring up nostalgia like it's a negative thing.
Gosh.
And so what I would do is I'm like, well, I can't be nostalgic about anything then. I gotta go back and rewatch everything that I loved as a kid and see if it still holds up. Most of it did. I had really good taste as a child. As a kid, like, hey, little boy Alex, what do you want to watch? Iron Giant, Monsters Incorporated, Incredibles. I had good fucking taste as a kid.
Treasure Planet.
What's your favorite? Treasure Planet. Treasure Planet. Fuck yes.
Titan AE was amazing.
Titan AE is another one of my favorites. That one
was so good.
That one sadly does not hold up. Same writing team as same writing.
I want to keep playing this, but I also want to back out and adjust my equipment.
That sounds good. I'm down for that.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, but like, Titan AE does not hold up. I'm sad to say. I rewatched it.
Is it the animation or the story? Which part doesn't hold up?
Both. The for me personally, let's just say I have very similar problems with it that I do with Reach, despite it having the exact same writing team and cast as Halo ODST. No, I'm not joking.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
Right? It's the Firefly people. You know, the real live action Cowboy Bebop.
That's fair.
But no, like for me, I was somebody. I had old favorites. You strike me as somebody who's loved these things your entire life and you haven't let anyone tell you otherwise. And I have so much respect for you for that. Because,
me?
Yes, you. Like,
yes.
When I see all the Transformers on your walls, and like when I hear that your favorite Gundam parts are the one that was really popular with moms that like K-dramas, and the toy one, You
mean Gundam Wing?
No, Seed.
What's this?
Oh. Is Seed your favorite, or did I just...
So I have 3 favorites. Seed, a big part of it is I prefer their
universe.
war and their characterizations over a lot of the stuff that we get from the Universal Century timeline. Because it just feels like updated Gundam, and I love the mobile suit design so much.
That's fair.
00 is the first series I watched start to finish, all because in the tutorial mission of Gundam Dynasty Warriors 3, you play as the 00 Riser.
Ooh.
And you got to go into Trans Am and everything, and I was like, ooh, I want to know more about this. So I watched that, and that is one that you've got to pay attention to, because there's always so much important conversation happening. And then I love Build Fighters because Build Fighters brings out the joy I had with Gundam as a kid.
Yes.
When as a kid it's just giant robots, because you miss the horrors of war a little bit, especially in Wing when everything was like mobile dolls.
Okay, but everything I've seen of Build Fighters that is a reference to the old series makes me so happy. Here's a guy who looks just like Ramba Ral using the goof. And he's showing up to fight the main character with his build.
Yeah,
I love that.
He trains everybody. It's fantastic.
have a passion for little guys. I have a passion for living toys. It's almost like my favorite movie as a child was Toy Story. I cannot wait for a 40k game that tries the battle chess thing where you're just controlling the miniatures and then they like animate and then return to being plastic guys. I love little plastic dudes fighting. Chibi Robo, Build Fighters, Gundam Breaker. I love little plastic guys.
I grew up loving the Army Men games. And I don't know.
Those games are so fucking.
I've streamed one of them a little bit because I've got the software to do it. But like, games used to be so much harder.
Army Men, yeah, exactly. Yeah, some game where you couldn't. Man, I don't even like. I'm not even gonna even brag about it because I don't like that old games are so hard. To be honest with you, I see. For me, game difficulty is a lot like anal. You want a nice stretch. You don't want pain.
Somebody clipped that shit over on his channel.
Game difficulty is like anal. You want a good stretch. You don't want pain.
You're not wrong.
You want a good stretch that'll let you hit that really good spot, that really good special spot. Like Dark Souls. Like, I think Dark Souls 1 does a really good job of that. And then...
Oh, Dark Souls 1 is rough.
It is rough, but I love it, because sometimes I do want a little bit of pain. But that's because I'm a kinky motherfucker. Anyway, sorry.
The XXX Warhammer series. Yeah, exactly, Freya.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I did start Inquisitor Trainer. But man, does it seem like there's a lot of missing content, Alex?
It sure does. The game is not finished.
It makes me. It keeps telling me content under construction, under construction. I'm like, I got like one scene, and it feels like now I can't progress the story. And I'm like, well, this is sad because being a dick is so fucking good.
It is the first game that I have ever wanted to mod because I want to introduce them to synonyms for the word vagina.
Because do they just say the word vagina a lot?
It's just pussy, 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 pussy. And as someone who has tried their hands at writing erotic stuff, I have quite a list. But yeah.
But the writing in the game is not great.
By the way, this is a porn game we're discussing, Ometagon.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
We are absolutely discussing a triple X Warhammer game.
There's a Let's Play on my channel.
I haven't watched it because I don't want spoilers for the story.
Dude, you should watch it.
I am a big fan of.
I know the way I'm
being a dick. It's so good.
Yes, I know the way I talk right now. I sound like a raunchy motherfucker, and I can't deny that. Dude,
it's alright. I expected this.
I recommend the Patreon version, not just for the nudity, not just because you have to pay to see episodes 2 and 3, but because you get to hear me crawling out of my fucking skin reading this shit, and you can hear Vea laughing at me in the background. That's why I recommended it. Everyone was like, "Ew, are you doing?" Like, no, guys. My dick's not in my hand for this. I'm just like, I'm very uncomfortable.
Off of stream, off of recording.
This stream will never see the light of day.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
I straight up admit I have a lot of porn games. Because, after divorce, I really got into the games, and I found one called Being a Dick, and the story is so goddamn good. You come for the boobs, you stay for the story. And just as one starts to wear thin, the other picks up. And it's like the monkey bars. You're swinging from like boobs to story. To story.
I need to inform you about something, Batir. It's very important.
Yes, go ahead.
My entire server can see when you play these games.
That's okay. I'm not ashamed.
I'm making sure that you know that. I just want to let you know, and if there's a problem, we can look into it.
I turned off one setting for it, but I'm just like, I don't care.
Yeah, for me, I didn't really get into a lot of them. Like Honey Pop was the first one I played a lot of, where it's just like, this is good puzzle gaming. I love this shit. Did not like
there are several that are good puzzle games.
Mm-hmm. And then there was like Snow Days because it's
that means all of Bullet Fam also can see when I play those games, which is fucking hilarious.
Lovely.
Man, you can't believe you people.
But
I don't hide who I am.
I mean, you do you, my dude. Dude.
I try to hide who I am because so many people, in a little way, because so many people are way too loud about it. Like, there are so many people I know.
Don't make it your whole personality kind of thing.
Exactly. Right? I had a friend who I'm not friends with anymore because I don't want to get into it. But regardless, the dude was he was goon brain to the max, and we're just like trying to talk about fucking Half-Life. And
what is goon?
Okay, so gooning. Oh my god, I don't.
Oh man,
you poor boy.
I have heard it. I don't think I've heard it explained. I feel I get the joke. Kind of.
Welcome
from context,
to the
but
school of the cat, where you get to learn about gooning to the max. Anyway, so the gooning is...
You are so down bad you cannot see the top anymore.
That's exactly it.
So like just hyper focused on one given thing.
Hyper focus on sexual
I wouldn't
stuff.
say that like, oh man, I'm gooning for Transformers. Like, no, it's specifically sexual. Like, it doesn't mean you're like an otaku. It means like you're just you have a porn addiction. That means you have a porn addiction.
Gotcha.
It's like it's like, you know, it's like how knowing stoners in high school ruined weed for everybody. Knowing gooners IRL ruins porn for me. Like, I've actually started liking porn less.
I've known so many, like, in my 20s, I knew so many stoners, like, it felt like smoking was their whole personality.
Yep.
And I'm like, man, I think I much preferred hanging out with the stockroom guys from Kroger smoking on their break than I did, like, going and hanging out with a stoner friend. Because, like...
Do you want to know?
There's more to life than just smoking pot. Like, it's great, it's fun, but like, it's also about what you do when you smoke.
Do you know where I locked? You know where I locked in my opinion on them of that? Like that same opinion, because I share that exact opinion of just like you have no personality. When I locked that in is when I started smoking weed. Because when I started smoking weed, I was just like, oh, this is another thing I can do.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you? Do you spend? You know what I think it is? I think they just didn't have money for cool shit because they spent it all on weed.
Yep.
There's one guy I had to give him a ride to work all the time. And like take him to go pick up from his dealer and stuff. I had a ton of Spartan toys from the Halo Reach toy line, including like a Warthog and everything. And these were like the 5 to 6 inch, like almost G.I. Joe size Spartans and stuff. And he like bought them from me without talking to his partner, and he's like, oh yeah, when I get paid I'm gonna give, you know, Raps X amount. And she was like, she got upset at him about it because it was money that was supposed to use for rent, and then like he started like spending money that was for rent just to make sure he always had weed and stuff. And I'm like, bro,
yeah, that's a
like
problem.
I am god awful with money, but my best friend will tell you it was rough living with me because there are times where I would spend my money on dumb shit. Like I wouldn't go grocery shopping.
We all did that once.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Because what's the point of living if you can't enjoy life, right?
Hey man, Metal Gear Solid V is out. I can just play this for a week. I don't need to eat because I'll be playing Metal Gear Solid V. I'm not shaving. I'm not buying food. The Witcher 3 is out. Let's go. And that's when I grew a beard, and I've had it ever since.
But
I did the same thing with
rent.
What game did you do that with?
It wasn't a game. It would literally be with like toys and stuff.
Ometagon said one. I want to hear what game he's...
sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say about the whole not eating for a week is the thing. That's what happened with Armored Core.
Yep.
6. Because
that seems like it just sucks everybody in.
There you go, Obi.
It's like it's a FromSoft game. I bought a crate of ramen or like a box of them a week before I could live off that.
There you go.
The kid in you, the child in you has not been strangled and replaced with a different adult child.
No, I actively resisted the you'll grow out of this. Like it made me hold on to my childhood self like with a fervor.
I accidentally killed my child self. Mine was not because that was me too. People were like, you need to grow up, and I'm like, yeah, you're living in a trailer, fuck off. So like the adults in my life weren't doing well, and so whenever they told me to grow up or to act my age, I was just like, oh, shut up, you ain't winning. Boy, I was an asshole. Anyway, but like for me, it was challenging the stuff I liked as a kid. That's what did it to me. That was like I remember trying to like watch Afro Samurai. That was one of my favorite anime when I was younger. And I was always an edgy motherfucker. I always liked dark, violent shit.
This surprises me to 0%.
My two favorite movies as a kid were Aliens and Terminator 2. Like, they're good movies, but those should not have been my favorite movies at 10 years old.
Agreed.
And I will likely not expose my kids to that because there's plenty of great kids media, especially now.
There are. There's plenty of good content for kids without having to be like, hey, watch this
You ever watch
very age inappropriate film.
You ever watch something as an adult and realize, like, man, if I had seen this when I was younger, this would have been my entire personality?
No.
I can't say the same thing.
Oh man,
I'm with him. I can't think of anything like that.
There was a specific.
I hyper focus on stuff for a little while, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't understand people who can just do make a thing. I just don't get it. Like, I'm like, how can? To me, it feels like, how do you only have one interest? Kind of like, how is your only interest smoking weed, sort of thing.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking it. I just don't understand.
Let me rephrase it. I saw Doctor Who as a kid. Oh
Yeah.
one moment.
Get out of here, baby.
All right. See you soon, hon. I still watched. Will do. I still watched other things. I still enjoyed other things. But you bet your ass I had you bet your ass I had like posters and stuff. Like basically as a kid, and like most of the time I just wanted to talk about Doctor Who. But it wasn't my entire. I was a kid. It wasn't my entire personality. It just defined a lot of the things I love. I would not love the Space Marines the way I do today without the Daleks. I would not love time travel stories the way I do today without Back to the Future and Doctor Who, you know? Even though Back to the Future, I think, is not a very good time travel movie, but that's a whole other thing. My favorite time travel movie is probably 12 Monkeys at this point, but regardless.
I've seen half of that movie.
You've seen 6 Monkeys.
Yes, I saw 6 Monkeys.
Out of 12. But my favorite... But I'm trying to think of like a movie I watched recently where it's like, if I saw this when I was younger, it would have defined my entire personality. Like, it would have been all I wanted to talk about. There was something I saw like that recently. No, Starship Troopers. When I saw Starship Troopers for the first time. That, if I had seen that when I saw Aliens or Terminator 2, that would have been, like, I would have wanted to talk about nothing else. I would have watched all the movies. I would have collected posters and figures. I would have... There's like 12 of those movies, by the way. I would have watched the old anime, which I have now, and it's terrible, and I would have loved it as a kid, though.
Starship Troopers, I fucking loved the show and watched the movie whenever it came on, like, FX. But, so now as an adult, I have the ability to hyper-focus resources as well as what I'm really into in a given moment, whereas as a kid, and I had a little bit of money from chores or good grades sometimes. Like, I couldn't dive into something in the way that I have now, because let me tell you, the way I dived into 40K, like, in less than 6 months, I built, like, 4 2,000-point armies myself. One of which was for Freya, who was like, interested to do an activity with me, kind of thing, and I kind of was like, here, take this army, do this thing.
The first and last thing I ever did with like that was me owning over 200 PC games on Steam before I had a PC.
Wow.
Well,
That's a lot.
Yeah, because I was going to get one, and then I got one, and I had so many games to play. It was great.
That's awesome.
I had a phone. I had the Steam app. I would literally I would get my paycheck, and I would spend like, oh, there's a Steam sale going on, because this was back when they did flash sales. So once a month, you'd get like a Steam summer sale. And it's like, oh, hey, look, there's the new Batman game for $12. Buy. Or... Yeah. You know what's fucked up? The thing I was going to describe that I had watched recently that would have defined my whole personality if I saw it when I was younger, I don't even remember what the fuck it was.
We sidetracked you a little bit.
I got so sidetracked. No, it's all good. Were we ready to get back to it, by the way?
We can. I didn't know if anybody needed a moment.
I'm done.
I unlocked a perk that gave me a second primary weapon, and I'm so fucking excited.
Nice.
I have a Meltagun and a bolter
I'm gonna play
now.
as a tactical marine because I unlocked the Melta.
Well, shit. Let me switch mine.
I got the one for assault, so now I finally got a bolter.
Yeah. Nice. What was it recently? Shit. I think I would have been really into Halo if I was an Xbox kid.
There were
PlayStation
definitely
kid,
things that like I got super into as a kid, and I'm sure some like when I would talk about it, probably felt like it was my whole personality, but it was like just what I was really into at the time. And part of me wishes I could have like locked in on something, because then maybe like Power Rangers, for instance, I'm like, man, if I had locked into that and had the wish as a kid to be a Power Ranger on TV, I could have taken a different path that may have made that happen for me one day.
that was the messed up part for me. Was that I remember even as a kid watching Power Rangers and just being like, it looks fake. That was my biggest issue, is it looked fake. I wanted to... I liked my cartoons, I liked my high-budget live-action movies. I did not enjoy... Like, my favorite... I'm gonna make up another bullet. Like, I had a lot of favorite movies, I guess. But, like, to me, Power Rangers just looked fake, you know? I couldn't get into it. It just seemed cheesy and bad, even as a kid. And then... And, like, same with Transformers. Like, it wasn't fake. It wasn't, like, bad. I just... I didn't have a consistent cable connection, so whenever I watched Transformers, it was whatever series happened to be playing at that time, you know?
And when you're not... That's definitely something that I feel like the generation that are growing up now with streaming and everything, as bad as streaming services have become... Oh shit, I'm all out of ammo. You can find and watch a whole series.
Yep.
Which is both good and bad, because then if you like something, you're like, oh, I can absolutely enjoy the whole thing. Although sometimes I feel like it leads to us consuming media too fast, because then we don't talk about it as much.
I think the biggest issue that comes from that...
I really need ammo if anybody's got any.
Alright. The biggest issue that comes from that, for me, is I'm not finishing this thing I really like, and it's my fault. And sometimes I'll get mad at myself, like, I should be watching this right now. What am I doing, you know? Whereas as a kid, it was, I've watched all the Doctor Who I can watch right now, therefore I'll watch the other stuff when I can, you know? There was no desperation like there is now. Because now I'm like, I have an infinite amount of good media to consume, and I'm gonna die soon, so I gotta get on this shit. Like, there's gonna hit a point in my life where I get old enough and One Piece still hasn't ended. And I'm gonna have to just suck it up and watch it.
You can I totally understand. You can also wait and watch Netflix The One Piece, which is going to have better pacing. But there is going to be a time where One Piece is going in like 2 separate animes, live action, and manga.
I feel like I should have named this stream "Alex is Broken," because when you said that, I didn't go in my mind, which you were probably trying to tell me was this is an alternative.
This is not a good loadout. Wait a second.
Oof. In your mind, you were probably...
I chose Vengeance Launcher and a Meltagun.
I was trying to assist, yes.
Yes, you were like, this is an alternative for you. In my mind, I went, that's 2 more shows I have to watch. Because I can't just watch One Piece, I have to watch the movie and the One Piece. I can't just watch Dragon Ball. I have to watch Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Z Kai, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super.
Oh, they're different. So you feel like you have to watch every version of the thing?
Dude, FOMO is my life. I'm watching...
that's very fair. I had FOMO with Space Marine 2 so bad.
Would you like to hear the Gundam series I've watched in the past 7 days?
Yes.
Mobile Suit Gundam: The Origin, Mobile Suit Gundam: the War in the Pocket, Mobile Suit Gundam: Thunderbolt, Mobile Suit Gundam 0079, Mobile Suit Gundam Zeta, Mobile Suit Gundam Stardust Memory.
Mobile Suit Gundam, I don't think. I think it's just the very first one was called Mobile Suit Gundam.
All right, well I can just cut that out then. Anyways,
yeah,
I've watched all of those. Watching Zeta right now. I watched The Witch from Mercury, which I strongly recommend. It is the most.
Zeta's really good.
I have not watched Seed yet. That's on my list. I'm going to watch Seed. I like to make fun of Seed.
I said Zeta is really good.
Oh, Zeta is phenomenal. I'm loving Zeta. Dude, I'm not... Okay, I gotta talk about something, because you really hurt my feelings earlier. When I was watching Zeta, something really sad just happened, and I'm like, man, I can't wait to talk to the tier. I'm gonna feel so much better. I'm like, hey guys, I'll start the call 30 minutes early so we can get ready, and you're like, why do we need to do that?
I'm sorry. I was cranky today, and I needed a nap, and that's what I did. I napped. I
had just finished crying, and I'm like, "Hey, buddy," and you're like, "No, we don't do that."
If you talk to me about stuff like that, you can absolutely just be like, "Hey, do you have time to like hang out and talk about something on a call?"
I felt like such a fucking pussy. I was like watching Gurren Lagann with a girlfriend, just being like, "Oh, he doesn't like me anymore."
I do. You're my friend, man.
But yeah,
my friend.
But yeah, I feel like the stream should be titled "Alex is Broken." But at the same time, while I am broken in this way, while I have everything is on an infinitely looping and filling list. that is never going to end until I am dead, and even then my ancestors might be saddled with my grief. I see a lot of good shit that a lot of other people don't see.
I appreciate that, D-Man. Hey, Rain.
Get it.
Would you live in the Permian Age? What is the Permian Age? Obi. But yeah, like, fucking, I'm reading the original Stalker novel right now. I'm reading A Roadside Picnic, and it's fucking great, and I'm just so excited I get to experience that, you know? Or I played Signalis a few weeks ago. So good.
Oh, wait, shoot. Speaking of Stalker, did you ever play Call of Pripyat? I don't think I've played.
I have not. I played, Call of Pripyat is the third game?
Yeah, it's the third game.
I have it. I haven't played it yet. It's on the list.
Oh. Alright.
Ooh, you also grabbed the Melton. Nice.
I like the first.
Yeah.
I like the atmosphere.
No wonder we both keep running out of ammo.
I guess that's also the difference between me and a lot of other people, is because when I don't like something,
Yeah.
No, you're good.
Yep.
I'm
What was
listening,
that?
Alex.
It's all
Alright.
good. It's all good. This is therapy.
Yes, it is. Killing the Xenos while talking about heavy shit.
Yeah. My other problems is that when I don't like something, I assume there's something wrong with me.
No.
No.
Stalker games have always been rough.
So
It's just, I'm weird and I like them vanilla.
Here's the reason why.
Even Clear Sky.
Way back when, I was on Xbox Live, and I was on my Xbox 360, and I didn't have a lot of money, and I wanted to play games with my friends. But my friends had money, and they bought games and played without me, so I mostly just listened to them having fun. And then there was this game, this multiplayer fantasy game coming out that was like an actual, like, fully fledged RPG, but it was really hard, but it was co-op, so I could play with my friends. And then and it was going to be free on Xbox Live. And then I got Dark Souls. And I couldn't beat the Taurus Demon. Meaning I couldn't do co-op with my buddies. Meaning that everybody dropped it except for me because I had no money and that's all I had to play. And I just kept... And
I
every
hate
day,
it when that happens.
Oh, yeah.
right? And then every day I went to school talking to people about how much I hated the game, and they told me I was wrong. And to keep playing. And then I kept playing and I loved it. And now Dark Souls 1 is one of my favorite games. And so, thinking that I'm wrong and not trusting my own opinion got me Dark Souls.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if every time I experience something, if I just go with my gut opinion, I'm never going to appreciate it. So I played Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, and Call of Pripyat to completion, even though I did not enjoy most of those games.
Man, I'm weird because I actually love those games in vanilla.
Call of Pripyat was okay. The problem is that I listened to people when they told me to play max difficulty, and that was stupid. I should have played on normal.
Because the HUD's disabled or something like that?
What? No, it's because I was told that it was like Ranger Hardcore in Metro, where both you and the enemies do more damage, which is not the case.
Yeah.
Separate
No,
for
that's just a
second,
myth.
guys.
That is a myth, yeah. And I played through those
You're
games.
actively screwing yourself if you do that.
I didn't know.
It's alright. It's pretty common.
And honestly, I might play the game again. I'll probably like it a lot more without that. Because like I played Call of Pripyat on normal, and it was wonderful. I got to charge in with a shotty. I got to do like daring moves and stuff. Ah, crap. I played that whole game with a shotgun, and it was amazing. Slugs and magnum rounds. But it didn't have the same interesting sci-fi story at the end that Shadow of Chernobyl did, and that's where it kind
Survive
of
this so I can put my headset back on?
because like finding out the nature of the zone at the end of Shadow of Chernobyl was so awesome. I love that.
I lived. I can't believe I lived.
The strong suit of Call of Pripyat's definitely the side stories.
All right, I'll definitely have to take a look because that's where I feel like is the weakest part of the first two games is the side stories, you know.
The main story is the biggest part of the first two games, right?
Yeah.
Because like what you said, like discovering that you were Straylock the entire time and the secrets of the zone, that was the biggest moment, right?
Right? That shit's awesome.
But for Call of Pripyat, the story it's kind of weak. You're just like a military guy hired. Oh, you were an ex-stalker hired by the military to figure out what happened to a bunch of their helicopters.
Yeah, and I was like thinking like, oh, maybe there'll be some sort of unique reason as to why I'm immune to these emissions.
The side stories are so good. Like, I won't spoil it if you don't know, but the doctor one, that's the one that gets you hooked.
I don't know, so I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited.
Yeah, you gotta help the hunters and all that.
Because
with their bloodsucker problem.
have you seen the Stalker movie? Like the
no.
So The movie and the movie and the book are about interesting sci-fi conversations about the world, and people overcoming obstacles of the zone, not through gunplay, but through like puzzles. Like, this area, we can't go to this. We can't go behind this truck. Why not? We don't know. All you know is that if you look at the back of this truck, you just die of cancer. And
Which is bad. We don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and so like there's like situations where like they'll walk through an area in the zone, and they'll all start feeling a certain way, and they have to like conquer the feelings they're feeling at that moment. Like just there's a moment where they're just walking through a field, and then everyone gets really paranoid all of a sudden, and the main character realizes what's happening and has to like talk everyone and himself through it, and it's a really cool moment. But the games don't got that, and that makes me kind of sad, you know. Also, my sound is bugging out big time. I think my Vengeance launcher sound is just missing.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
Yeah, every time you fire it, all the sound cuts out.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's weird, huh?
My favorite moment in Clear Sky was when you had to help that mercenary group out of that one anomaly they got stuck in.
Is that a story moment? Oh yeah. That part's awesome. In the woods. Yeah, that part's great. In the Red Forest.
Like they got stuck in this anomaly where they couldn't leave their spot where they were at.
I feel like if someone were to make a Stalker game nowadays based off of the book and the movie, it would play more like Death Stranding.
Yeah, where they were like they're just trying to not get killed by the zone itself.
Yeah, combat would still be there, but it would be very rare and mostly optional.
Yeah. Man, dude, that's one of the biggest reasons why I don't like Wendigoon Stalker movie that's coming out at some point.
Yeah, I got the feeling it'd be more like the game.
From what I've seen, it's more like tactical bro kind of stuff, and I'm like, ugh. Like, I get that he's using the mercs, which is, more believable.
I always liked the idea that stalkers were just people from all walks of life. They were just people seeking adventure, and they chose this place to escape to.
Oh, my bad, brother.
That's actually a big part of the movie that I love, is how like the main character is just this broken person who uses the zone as escapism, because he's like this famous stalker, but at home his like marriage is falling apart, and he's like terrified of his own daughter because she's a mutant, and like. The zone, while he's in the zone, he gets to be this superhero, He gets to be this legendary stalker that knows everything. And over the course of the movie, all the characters he brings with him into the zone slowly start to realize who he is as a person. Because there's a moment where they encounter an anomaly, and he's like, yeah, go in there. And they're like, really, go in there? And he's like, yeah, this one's fine, you can walk through it. And they basically see a rat walk through it and pop. Or they basically get evidence that area is just going to kill them, and they realize that this guy is just like scum,
Yeah.
That movie's really good, and it is
oh, no ammo.
I actually would call that movie kind of boring. Like, most of the movie is just still camera shots of stuff. And I get it. I think it's like a 1940s or no, 1950s Soviet film, so I get it's going to be a bit.
Yeah, there's
Thank you, Freya.
The Soviet Union outlawed the movie for the Soviet Union outlawed the movie for some reason, and there's a lengthy scene of a guy having a mental breakdown because he's having a flashback to the gulag.
Yeah. I have got to use the bathroom before we start the next one.
No worries.
Actually, I gotta go eat dinner. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I could have totally.
We might have to quit out for that and then come back.
Alrighty, no worries. Or we can just not click to play to the next arena.
That's
just don't click it. Just don't post it.
Don't do it.
Okay. Chat, I will leave it.
All right, I'm walking away.
All right, see you, dudes. Yeah. See you soon, dudes. Hi, Mr. Jingle. I hope you guys are enjoying the
game. I'll be right back.
I hope you guys are enjoying the podcast. Hi, Baatiraps chat. Hi, Ometagon's chat. I do apologize for my loud personality. I really hope that I haven't offended anybody. Because I kinda feel like I can be a bit of a dick sometimes, as you can tell. And I'm not going to be like one of those people, it's like, oh, I only talk to Batir this way because I know he can take it. It's more like, I just kind of talk like this, and I hope everything goes okay. Louder, says my chat. I'm aware that I can be a bit abrasive. To be fair, I'm under the influence right now. I probably shouldn't have been. I'm not normally like this. And I really hope you guys are enjoying the podcast stream so far, especially in the Ometagon's chat, we haven't talked to him much the entire stream. He's been the most quiet one, and I'm sorry. Boom, boom, open the door, everyone walk the dinosaur. But yes, I'm hoping you guys are having a wonderful time, and I'm hoping that everyone in Ometagon's chat follows Batir, and everyone in Batir's chat follows Ometagon, because these are some talented motherfuckers who deserve the success. Yeah. Because they left while I was getting real, and the realness will continue, I suppose. Hi, I'm Alex, I'm a cat. I play the video games, and I'll be honest, I'm only doing all of this because I have too many games and I needed to schedule the gameplay, otherwise it would never have happened, because I am ADHD as fuck. Okay. And can't do things unless it's all set. I was apologizing to your chat and to Ometagon's chat for my abrasive nature. Yeah. Welcome back. Is he back?
It's all good, and thank you. What did you want to talk to me about? You said there's something you wanted to ask me about after watching War in the Pocket?
Yeah, I was just basically saying I was recommending it because it's a story about kids kicking ass, but now I've realized that, like, I can't really recommend things to you because you're in recommendation purgatory, like me, so.
I'm back.
I just get so many
yes.
recommendations all the time, and
yep.
it's on my list.
I would rather...
I couldn't watch the Fallout show. It was making me sick to my stomach, and I had to turn it off. And that's not a judgment on the show. It's just, I know that War in the Pocket gets brutal, and I have not been in the mindset. Uh-huh. Hey, Imposter. Hey, Blood Wolf. Yeah, I have Space Marine 2, and it doesn't release for everybody until tomorrow.
Ooh.
And I like these guys, and we're playing the first one for now.
Yeah.
I'm just not in the mindset for that brutal stuff.
I understand.
It's been fucking with me a lot lately.
That's fair. You remember my encounter at the movie theater?
Mm-hmm.
I have had trouble watching fistfights in movies. I've been trying to play Sleeping Dogs with a girlfriend, and like
it releases tomorrow at 11 a.m. Imposter.
Fist fights are a lot less fun to watch in fiction, or fights in general are a lot less fun to watch when you just had like 10 people kick the shit out of you.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It's very, like, I think it actually traumatized me, and that really sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, for real. Anyway, yeah, I know how you feel with that, and I don't want to trigger anybody. I just go, my mindset is that good thing is good, so here is good thing that I like. And like I have recommended Berserk to so many people, and I have gotten back. Like, I have had to apologize for recommending Berserk because I just forget.
Yeah, you have to prep people very much to watch Berserk. I thought it was just a generic action anime and was really excited to watch it. And like a dumbass, I was like, this will make me feel better after watching all of Netflix's Devilman Crybaby, and it fucked me up, and I was not happy about it.
Yeah, because
and then I watched the 3 Berserk movies, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so fucked up.
Yeah, for real.
I was like, these are probably fine, but they definitely weren't what I needed or wanted, and it was just like,
I feel
almost
like
ever since then that I'm like, oh, I don't like all that hardcore violence and gore and death in my media as much. 40K seeming the exception.
Yeah. Like, Berserk, I feel like most of the time it's 40K violence. It's like the splatter. It's like that splatter gore. It's the fun, over-the-top shit. And then...
that dark shit. That's totally fine. And I play Elden Ring. I don't mind.
To be completely honest, I think tonally Berserk and 40K are like neck and neck, because... good 40K media and Berserk are neck and neck, because like you get bad edgy, because I think your example of Devilman Crybaby is spot on. I like that show because I recognize that this was written in the 50s, or sorry, in the 60s.
I'm talking about the one that came out like 6 to 8 years ago on Netflix.
Yes, and you know what? It's just like I've read the manga. The manga has a completely different art style. It's just as violent, if not worse. So for me, Crybaby is Devilman's Devilman for me. So when I heard it was Devilman, I'm like, all right, lots of nudity, lots of violence, lots of sex. I need to prep myself for this because I know what the franchise is. Also, I give it some leeway because it was written in the 50s. Or sorry, the 60s. Like, it was written back when anime was little paper puppet shows on the back of dudes' bikes because Japan didn't have electricity for a while after the war. Or parts of Japan still didn't have electricity for a while after. It's a whole thing. It's a whole history thing. Anyway, so for me, it didn't get to me that much. And Berserk, however, Berserk was me going... Oh, you know what the context for me watching Berserk was? I watched Berserk after I watched a bunch of recommendations from my friends about anime that I fucking hated. Like, I had people go like, dude, it's so good. It's so good. I'm like, all right, I'll give it a watch. And it was almost always crap. Like, the last one that I just gave up on before Berserk was Black Butler, of just... The thing of, this is really boring... And 2, this really sexy guy's never going to get his dick out, so I should probably just stop watching. Because that's why I was still watching. I wanted to see more like nude scenes with Sebastian, and they weren't going to happen, so I gave up. And then I was like done with anime for like a year. I was like, fuck anime, except for JoJo and Gurren Lagann. that was my anime. And then I'm like, I'll give this Berserk thing a chance. I'm hearing good things about it. And then it changed my life. Oh, I love Berserk. God. Damn. Oh man, I could talk about it for ages. It's so good. I think the difference between something like Devilman and Berserk is that Berserk knows how to use its violence. When it's doing something horrible, it's for a reason. And typically when there's just fun violence, it's just fun violence, you know? Like when
I don't remember a lot of like fun violence.
Like when fucking...
Even the combat, when they like cut somebody in half and like 80 gallons of blood come spraying out. And I'm just like, why? It felt unnecessary. And I get at this point, like, it's Berserk style. But like, I don't know how many times I started to watch something and it's just gotten unbelievably gory and graphic. And I'm just like, I'm not interested in it anymore. There's some shows that I can't rewatch because of how graphic they are. It doesn't interest me. It breaks the immersion, or it pulls me out, and I feel like I don't like how I feel when watching them. Which is crazy because 10 years ago, especially in Halloween, I would watch all kinds of gore fest movies and stuff, and some of that was literally just gore for the sake of fucking gore, especially like the remake of The Evil Dead felt like it was just gore to be gore.
That movie is agony to watch. I can't handle it. Yeah, same thing here.
And now I probably just burnt myself out on it, especially when I was in the military, because I was enjoying all that stuff so much. Like Spartacus, which is a pretty violent TV show, and it was like for the violence, for the edge, for all that. And now I'm just like, yeah, no, in my 30s, I'm happy, like in One Piece and and you know and just like I don't feel like I have to have that. I don't feel like, and maybe it was me trying to fit in, so I never really enjoyed it. It was just an excuse to hang out with my friends at the time. But like now I'm just and I love Fallout, right? What I saw of the show was amazing, and I love playing Fallout 4. It's the only one I've really played other than a little bit of Fallout 76. And I was like, I can't watch this. 20 minutes into episode 1, I had to stop. I was like, I can't watch any more of this. I think I know what's about to happen. I can't watch it. Started it up for a stream about 2 weeks ago, and I got about 15 minutes further in, and I saw the dude put his foot in the boot and pull it out, and most of his heel was gone. I was just like, oh, nope. I'm sorry, everybody. I know this was a goal, but like, I can't.
Yeah, that's not what I think of when I think of Fallout violence. Because Fallout violence, when you mentioned
what made me stop first was when the raiders that attacked the vault and they were killing everybody. And I was like, the pregnant lady's gonna die, and I'm gonna lose my shit. I had to stop watching. I was like, I don't know why. Like, shoving the glass in the dude's face and, like, tearing up his face and stuff. And I was just like, I was for some reason,
really?
which is my own failing. I feel like I was not prepared for the amount of graphic violence that was going to be in the show, and then I was like, I am not here for this.
So I have
It's
not.
great. I have great things to say about it. I just it's not for me.
Okay, I have not watched it yet either. I am a huge Fallout fan. My favorite one's New Vegas, and I'm mainly a fan of Fallout for its world building and its characters and its
very
atmosphere. What I can say is that does not describe what you're describing. Does not sound very Fallout to me in terms of its violence. Fallout's, and I think this is actually a great example because a director that I think has a expert understanding of violence, fun violence, as I like to call them, blood pinata violence versus real like horror, is Quentin Tarantino. And I think Fallout's tone is like John Woo meets Quentin Tarantino. Slow-mo bullets plus cartoonish levels of gore. That's what I think of when I think of Fallout's action, and that's why
Which is very accurate.
Yeah, that's why whenever
I saw the show.
That's why when my chat asked me what I thought of the Fallout trailers, and when I was watching them and ranting about them and how much I hated those fucking trailers, I'm glad the show is good, but those trailers suck. I showed them the gunfight from the end of Django Unchained, where it is a John Woo influenced shootout with intense levels of gore because they're using Civil War era weaponry. So blow a golf ball sized hole through a man, he's dead on the spot, that kind of thing. And it's hilarious because it's a heroic black man shooting a bunch of the most racist motherfuckers you've ever seen, and it is a glorious shootout. One of my favorite shootouts in movies. And I think Tarantino,
I really like that movie.
Yes, and there is a very stark difference. Like that movie is violent. There is a stark difference between the Mandingo fight on the floor of the hotel and that shootout. Both of which probably have the same level of violence. One's like, I would even say the Mandingo fight is toned down compared to what you see in the shootout, but one of them feels a lot better to watch than the other, you know? And I think tone is what has to do with it, because like Tarantino is, like I said, he's a master of violence because he does really good horrifying gore scenes, but he also knows how to make really fun gore scenes. He knows how to make the bride killing 88 people in a row in Kill Bill like hilarious and fun to watch, especially when there's a part, I don't know if you've ever seen Kill Bill, but okay, my favorite part of that fight is when the lights come back on and she sees that like the guy she's fighting is like a kid, and she fucking grabs him and spanks him with the flat of the katana and just like, what did I tell you about fucking hanging with Yakuza? Now go home to your mother. It's such a good moment. But yeah, I totally get your gore thing. And I think for me personally, I'm starting to feel it a bit because I've never really had trauma like that before. My trauma is associated with social stuff. I've lived in a world of kind people suddenly hurting me. And so what I can't stand to watch is that. The heel turn, the betrayal, you want to know what the single most traumatizing scene I've seen in any movie is in the movie Jarhead. And it's in the moment where the guy gets, have you ever seen the movie Jarhead?
I have.
Okay. It's the scene where the guy gets a tape from his wife. That scene for me, I couldn't finish the movie. It was so just awful. And that's why I find like NTR to be so detestable. Jingle's got a really good example. Team Fortress, it's like Team Fortress 2 violence. Tarantino's the same way. But like, for me, that's what traumatizes me. And now, well, I used to really enjoy a good meaty fist fight in a movie, and now I have trouble watching it. I can't, like if it's like I watched RRR, which is a really great Hindi martial arts historical movie. I watched recently with some friends in chat, but that movie's like anime violence, you know, it's like fun, you know. And I tried watching, I think it might have been Gundam actually, just seeing people kick the shit out of each other just kind of triggered me, you know. I'm watching Zeta and there's a lot of people just getting punched in the face. Camille gets his ass beat a lot. Camille's beatdowns just break my heart. I feel for the kid. I am relating. I love Camille. He's such a relatable guy. I love him so much. I love how in the first...
Camille's a man's name.
And I'm a man. He's such a little bitch, but I love him. He's a lovable little bitch. I don't know.
He is.
Go ask Kakarot. Go ask Char. I don't... you know?
Yeah.
He's such a catty little bitch. But no, for me personally, there's real violence, and then it's not. No, I mean, of course, it's never going to compare to the real thing. But like, I don't know. Yeah, there's shit you can handle and shit you can't, I suppose.
Yeah. When Sam Riegel kind of started returning to the public eye a few months ago when I was still at my day job, and he came out about having cancer and having to go through and get that treated and everything. And he even did a trigger warning. I was like, this is no big deal. And then I just seeing pictures of him in the hospital with the gown and stuff, tubes and stuff coming out of him. Mm-hmm. And I didn't consciously wasn't bothered, but I very quickly felt sick to my stomach, and I was just oh, God, I didn't realize that, but that fucked me up. Have we started somehow?
Yeah, I decided to hit the start button.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. But yeah, I didn't know Sam had cancer. That sucks.
Yeah, it wasn't anything that he announced until afterwards.
Yep. Until
everything was treated.
I feel like when you're in any sort of showbiz profession, you have to do that.
Yeah.
I feel like that's what isn't that what what's his name? Sorry, the guy from Black Panther. I never really saw Chadwick Boseman, right? Yeah, Chadwick Boseman. That was his thing as well, is that he felt as though he couldn't announce it because he would lose work opportunities, even if he still wanted to support his family and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Just so sad.
So, you made a comment earlier about you always felt like Power Rangers was fake to you.
Yeah,
right? And it stood out to you. I think for me, and I think I've talked about this before, I let the story run away with my imagination.
Yes.
And I let it, you saw movies back in the day where a girl has a flashback of a vision of a guy grabbing her hand and they run off to the happily ever after. That's me with stories. And then so and there are definitely times, and my immersion's broken a lot more as an adult than it was as a kid, for sure, just different perspective. But even still, I let it grab my hand and take me on an adventure, and I'm because the real world is the real world, and I'm past a point, or I'm not at a point in my life where I'm I want everything to feel realistic. I'm I've done a lot of the real world. I've had the good times, the bad times, and I'm I like when a story takes me somewhere else. And especially as a kid with books, because I was grounded so much for grades and just being in trouble for one thing or another.
Yes.
So books and toys were my escape from my room.
So what you said about realism, I agree with you 100%. And you might think I wouldn't because of how much I talk about wanting the things to be real. But when I say real, I don't mean realistic. I mean, I think I talked about it with you.
I'm gonna die.
Oh shit! Help him!
Where you at?
Help the boy.
Oh,
we failed.
Shit.
The Emperor has abandoned us.
Rocket boys.
But yeah, my sound is bugging out so bad. I don't know what's going on. Oh,
it would be cool.
Oh, you know what it is? You know what it is? The
what?
The shield low sound isn't playing. Whenever my shield goes low, all the audio cuts out.
Ah, interesting.
That's okay. But let me go put some more music on real quick. Sorry, guys.
Are you good?
So when I say I want something, when I want realness, I'm not saying I want everything to be super grimdark and real all the time. I want to have a feeling that is representative of something in reality. So a good example of this, have you ever seen the movie Labyrinth?
No.
Okay. Damn it. Well, how about Wizard of Oz?
Yeah.
Okay, have you ever read The Wizard of Oz or seen the second movie, Return to Oz?
No and no.
Okay, so in The Wizard of Oz, Dorothy gets swept up in her house by a tornado, and she is taken off to a far-off magical land known as Oz, where she goes on this whole adventure. Meanwhile, everything she meets in Oz is an alternate version of something she has in reality. The Cowardly Lion, the Tin Man, and the Scarecrow are all based off of people she knew at her farm, right?
Right.
The Wicked Witch is the mean neighbor lady who wants to hurt Toto. The Wizard of Oz is the kindly magician she met before her dream. And so at the end of the movie, she wakes up, and it's like, okay, Oz wasn't real. And
Some Space Marine 1 right now, guys.
Yep. In The Wizard of Oz, Oz isn't real. It's like, it's not one of those things where it's like, oh, the secret, dark secret. It's like, no, it's just the story. It's a dream world for a little girl, right?
It's a coma.
Yeah, she got knocked the fuck out by a tornado, and she dreamed of this magical world known as Oz. And dude, you gotta see Return to Oz. I'm talking about it. It's one of my favorite movies. So Return to Oz was made by Disney years after the original Wizard of Oz movie, and is an adaptation of the second Wizard of Oz book, second and third Wizard of Oz. Oh,
Good.
Yep. A second and third Wizard of Oz books that are, well, basically, Dorothy comes back to Oz, and the way she goes about it is that at home on the farm's not doing well because it's the Great Depression, and Dorothy isn't helping on the farm because she's wandering off and talking to people that aren't real. She's wandering off and, playing pretend, being a little girl. And her family is so worried about it because to her, Oz is real. Whenever they ask, she's like, no, Oz is real. And so they take her to an asylum where it's an asylum of the time, so she almost undergoes shock therapy. And there's a flood that causes the asylum. So it causes her to get knocked out once again, and she returns to Oz. And so
Positioning?
Yep. I apologize. Are you hearing all this, or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm just I'm also trying to capture the point. I am genuinely listening.
No worries. I'm sorry. I worry that I sound crazy and I'm just rambling on. But
no, you're good. Oh, I'm dead.
She gets to Oz, and once again, she sees things that are representative of things she knows in real life. She creates this guy out of furniture named Jack, who has a pumpkin for a head. All right, I'm on my way back to the point. But anyway, at the end of the story, she's asked if she wants to stay in Oz, and she refuses. And the whole thing with that story is that it's about it's about her becoming comfortable with her fantasy. It's about her accepting that Oz is not a real place, but whenever she's having trouble in life, she can go there, and that's okay. Yeah. And that's a big part of this. That's what the story's about. And to me, what I want is that moment where there's a good lesson, there's a good moral, there's a truth to the story. At the end of the story, it's about the value of imagination and how you shouldn't let it go. And I think that's one of the great things about it. And that's what I want. When I say I want something real out of a story, that's what I want. I want a message. I want it to have a point.
I'm gonna die.
I want it to have some sort of deeper hidden truth, or deeper truth to it, be it hidden or out there,
Yeah.
Oh shoot, I'm the last man. Okay.
I apologize
You're
for
not capturing it in time.
I apologize. I don't think I needed to fully summarize Wizard of Oz during that time.
No,
my
you're
apologies. Good. But I guess what I could do is look at different Star Wars series and ask, what is it about? The Mandalorian has aliens and space shit and lightsabers and blasters, but at the end of the day, what's it about? Well, it's about a man learning to love. It's about a man learning to open up to the world that hurt him and love again. Star Wars Rebels is about a found family, a group of traumatized and experienced people coming together to create something new.
Right.
Lightsabers and space and aliens and magic, they ain't real, but that's real, and that's the most important part to me, That's why I couldn't, that's why I didn't really vibe with Book of Boba Fett, because it didn't have that core. Where Rabbit Lady? Rabbit Lady's my girlfriend, and I had her on just for that stream. I'm so sorry, Psycho Ninjas. I hope that my insane, unhinged cat ass will satisfy. That's why I still like the prequels. After it's all said and done, that's why I still like those movies, because they're about something.
They are.
Yeah, they're about...
And it's about more than just good versus evil.
Absolutely.
It feels like the original trilogy was kind of just good versus evil.
And so,
in a more basic sense than it was.
It lacked a strong political narrative.
Freya says, Book of Boba Fett was about him finding himself and creating his own family too.
You know what? Yeah, you're probably right. You're most likely right. I was most likely just annoyed that it was all that I didn't enjoy the show. I think I just couldn't see it. That being said, there are some times where the message isn't enough for me.
Yeah, so it's easy to. There's nothing wrong in like missing a message from a thing.
Yes.
Freya says that's at least what she took away from it.
Yes, and to be honest, that's kind of what I took away from it too. But ultimately, I think the story did more harm than good. It gave us Mandalorian Season 3, and it undid the really cool ending that Season 2 had.
Season 3 was great. I loved Season 3.
I'm really happy for you.
Lie.
I couldn't get into
In
what...
that look at the bunnies, George, kind of way.
What?
Have you read or seen of Mice
No,
and Men?
I'm just wondering what the context is.
Oh, like the way you said that I'm really happy for you, in that, like, yes, look at the pretty bunnies, enjoy that in a sense.
No, that was a dialogue option that I picked.
Okay.
That was the option on the dialogue tree that I picked that didn't lead to a rant about how much I hate Book of Boba Fett. That was going to be poorly thought out because I watched it once and don't remember it all that well. So that was me opting out of that dialogue tree. But some Star Wars movies, like there are Star Wars media that has a really good core message that I don't vibe with it. And I think that's what Book of Boba Fett is. It's like I get the message now that Freya's reminded me. It's like, yeah, that is the message. What am I talking about? What the fuck do I mean that doesn't have a core message? I just didn't vibe with it. I liked the message. I just didn't vibe with how we got there. Same thing goes for The Last Jedi. Last Jedi, I get it. Failure is a valuable teacher. Intentionally inciting failure through a sheer incompetence and arrogance.
Oh my god, yeah.
Is not a good teacher.
Agreed. Dumbing your characters down all of a sudden is
You
a
want
lot of characters were really dumb in that movie, in my opinion, and it bothers me to my core.
I feel like I need to redeem myself a bit. I also hate edgy for the sake of edgy. You know what's a great example of edgy for the sake of edgy?
40K.
Luke Skywalker in The Last Jedi. People love that he's just an asshole in that movie for no reason.
I didn't really like it.
No, I like Luke as a symbol of hope. I see him like I see Superman. I want him to be a symbol of hope. I think that is and ultimately that's another thing is story. I feel like certain things in a story have a function.
All right, we gotta capture the point.
Oh boy.
Yep. Superman is a symbol of hope. That's why you can't.
Yes.
That's why you can't do evil Superman. That's why evil Superman sucks.
Yeah, agreed. It's always got it always comes down to good Superman versus evil Superman, because that's ultimately like for reasons. And yeah, like,
do you want to
if you've read the Injustice comics, it is extremely like, it's just so dark.
My favorite Superman comic that gets in that area is probably I have two favorites. I have Superman versus the Elite. I love Superman versus the Elite.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yes, and Red Sun, where he lands in Moscow instead of Smallville.
I also enjoy that one.
Oh, Red Sun's so good. And he's evil in that one, but not in the way you would think. He's trying his best. He's always trying his best. He just kind of fucks up and fails in Red Sun.
Yeah, he got raised by the state instead of individuals, if I remember right, in Red Sun.
Yep, absolutely. So no rabbit lady? Sorry, Psycho Ninjas. I'll tell Vea she has a fan and that I disappointed them. We did a subathon recently where Vea was on as solo for a huge part of it, and somebody who subscribed or followed during that time are like, where is she?
I'm going to be completely honest.
What's up?
My understanding of how the heavy plasma gun is flawed. I remember it from Space Marine Augmented mod.
Oh, there's a Space Marine Augmented mod?
Yeah, it adds like a bunch of stuff for this game.
Oh, that's really cool. I should try that out.
Mode. It's not too hard to install. You just got to go to.
We're actually doing pretty good on the point.
You guys,
we've almost captured it.
I'm gonna support from the back. I'm moving into the point.
But my understanding of this plasma gun came from there. And there, when you charge the plasma gun for too long, it explodes.
Oh no! In this, it's fine. Yeah, you still get to keep your fingers.
Yeah, it just lets go.
It explodes, but only one time.
There's a really fun
I
rhyme I heard from a guardsman player about rolling a 1 on plasma guns.
You gotta capture that point still.
Oh yeah, it's like I rolled a D1 or something like that.
Yeah.
The gun exploded. I rolled a D1.
Where are my fingers? Something like that. Yeah, it's really great. God, I love. By the way, the vibe of running with you guys as a Space Marine, with us all having our own unique colors and play styles, is so fucking awesome. I haven't felt these vibes since Eternal Crusade, which I really liked actually.
Just wait for Space Marine 2, my friend.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
What do you mean you ain't using AOE in a horde shooter?
I have a pistol that has infinite ammo. And I have 2 other guns that have no ammo. Oh, no, that's not true. I have a Meltagun. But, shit, I had something I really wanted to say to Batir, but I lost it. What were we talking about? Superman. Okay, here's an unhinged, crazy Alex fact. This is real, by the way. It's unhinged because it's coming from me, and I, for some reason, am fascinated in this topic. There was a Superman before DC Superman.
Shit. Welcome in, Raiders.
Welcome, Raiders.
Oh shoot,
that's awesome.
Welcome in, Raiders. I'm playing Space Marine #1 right now with my friends Omega and School of the Cat.
Hi,
Freya. Can you kindly do a shout out? I really appreciate that, you guys.
I'm about to drop some.
Normally, I pause the game and talk, but I can't pause while playing online.
I'm about to drop some unhinged DC Comics trivia.
Oh boy, here we go.
So
I got a truth bomb to drop right after the stream.
Sure thing. So there was a Superman before DC Comics. There was a character. There was something by the name of Superman, but it wasn't in a comic book. It was in a novel called Beyond Good and Evil by Friedrich Nietzsche.
We're killing the Xenos for the Emperor.
And basically, the original idea of the Ubermensch, which was the original Superman, was the idea of someone who led mankind.
I'm gonna cut myself.
Led mankind through.
Game's going really well, Ouija. It's a lot of fun.
But yeah, basically the original idea was a human who led mankind through manipulation and force, right? Like basically picture the Emperor or Hitler. That was the original concept of the Ubermensch, and so a bunch of people during World War II. Migrated over to the US. A bunch of Jewish immigrants came over, and some of them wrote comic books. And so Superman was a couple of Jewish people's take on the Ubermensch and what they believe it should be. And the original Ubermensch is evil as fuck. Like, the thing that Nietzsche describes in his works as the Ubermensch is fucked up and evil, and that's why, like, his writings were co-opted so hard by the Nazi Party. But in America, a couple of Jewish immigrants wrote their Ubermensch, who is Superman, who was, the idea of the Ubermensch, the Superman, the guy who stood above all other humans, but instead of him being evil and manipulative, he was kind, he was honest, he was a very good boy, and he inspired mankind to be better purely by existing. And it was that was the whole point of Superman. At its very...
the Xenos!
Ow. No,
I'm so sorry. I watched that happen. That was horrible. At his very...
they erased me.
You just watched me take some of the most unholiest of back shots.
Yeah.
And you didn't even help.
I was busy explaining Superman. But
I ran out and took that whole load to my face.
But yeah, that's why I dislike evil Superman, because what the fuck, They worked so hard to make this new version of the Ubermensch who was like awesome and not awful.
Oh man, I'm doing that.
And now, like, evil Superman and evil super beings is like its whole own trope, and was kind of fun and novel at first, but I'm honestly tired of it now.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you make a good character out of it, I think that's a great idea. Like, as long as...
A lot of times, it's like I feel like it's like the Winnie the Pooh movie, where the horror movie, it's just about taking it and twisting it for the sake of twisting it.
So I've heard that about Homelander. I don't know that about, like, I disagree. Like, I really like Omni-Man from Invincible. Like, he's the other example I think of. Omni-Man, what was the other one before him?
The Boys, honestly, I'm at a point where, like, I watched season 1, and a lot of what happens both in the show and in the comics is like shock value for shock value.
Yeah, it's edgy. It's edgy for the sake of edgy.
Like that's all it is. Which, oh shit! Did I just kill you?
No,
Nah,
there's
I
no
killed
ver-
myself. I threw a grenade.
Okay, I was like, I threw a grenade and you died, and now I was sad.
There was another grenade. You guys both had the same idea. You shared a brain cell for that
Okay.
moment, and it was fatal. Also, there's a mega armored knob coming my way. There's 2 of them actually. Oh boy, this ain't good.
Oh no, I'm spawning back. Oh no, there's one on me.
Sorry, he's at spawn.
I can't believe you.
I'm sorry.
Why'd you do this to me?
I didn't.
Oh man, I'm getting shot.
I didn't do nothing.
You're right. You're correct. You did not do nothing.
Is that gun shooting me, or that's a flash kit? Okay, hold on. I need to move.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just playing games. I know it's plastic love. Like, the sound is cutting out almost all the time now.
Oh, that's not good.
I need to
Please stop popping me.
I need to verify the integrity of game files.
They
Hey,
run
guess
up
what,
and
buddy?
just beat the shit out of me now.
Hip fire.
Ow.
Got him. Hell yeah. All right. So yeah, there you go. But yeah, like I'm actually way more interested in flawed Superman than I am, like, not flawed Superman, but like that kind of character, but with a flaw or with a fatal. Like Dr. Manhattan is a great example of just him being functionally a god walking on Earth, but his aloof ignorance of what other human beings are and who they are as people basically dooms the world.
I feel like that is what Superman, like, he very much maintains the, like, his connection to humanity.
Yes, he's a human. That's the most.
Yes,
that's so.
He's got the soul of a human being, and like it. That is something I really like about Superman, and like he's such a hopeful character.
Yes, it's wonderful.
I love Electric Blue Superman when he had electric powers, though. He's my favorite version of Superman.
Who's my favorite Superman? I don't know. I really like the animated series Superman. I like Clark more than I like Superman. He's such a dork. He's such a lovable guy.
Yeah, Clark is great. One
of my favorite moments, speaking of moments that like changed me as a person, the moment at the end of All-Star Superman. There's a moment at the end of All-Star Superman where Lex steals Superman's powers. And he becomes as powerful as Superman, and he can see everything Superman sees. And Superman's like, no, look further. He's like, oh, I can see atoms vibrating together, and he's like, no, look further. And he sees all the way to the edge of the universe and sees that there's nothingness. He sees that the heat death is encroaching. He sees that the end is all too near. And he comes to the conclusion, and he finally understands Superman. And he's like, I see, we're all we have. If we're not kind to each other, if we're not good to each other, if we're not like you, there's no hope for us at all. And that's my favorite. I think my favorite Superman moment and everything, where Lex Luthor finally gets it. And you can actually find it on YouTube. It's like,
I've seen the movie. It's really good.
It's so great. Just that one little moment at the end. I love that Superman story. It's so good.
DC has usually knocks it out of the park with their movies.
Oh yeah, their animated shit's really good.
Their animated stuff is great. That's what I meant. Their animated stuff's really good.
Yeah, the best Suicide Squad movie's Assault on Arkham. There's so good. The second animated one wasn't as good. Assault on Arkham is one of my favorites, and that gets very graphic. It does,
and I still really enjoy that one.
Probably one of the horniest DC movies I've seen. Well,
yep.
Can I think of a hornier one?
Oh, the more recent one with animated Batman and Nightwing about Harley Quinn, where Harley Quinn like ties up Robin and then like jumps his bones, and everything was good except for Harley Quinn's voice actor was somebody else, and it was just like
and it was in the style of the old animated.
Very horny movie.
Yeah, and it was in the style of the old animated series. Or like, oh god, yeah, like I love the Killing Joke, and I love Mark Hamill's performance in that. But I
refuse to ever watch The Killing Joke. I read the comic way too young. Because a friend was absolutely obsessed with Batman, and comics are for kids. So and then you read The Killing Joke, yeah, and you're like, comics are not always for kids.
Oh dear.
Which is also why I'm the same. Like, cartoons and anime don't equal for kids.
Oh dear, she's gone mad. She thinks she's a coffee table edition. A condition common among librarians. Shame, though. The spine appears to be broken. I love the Joker in that. It's so fucked up. Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. What was the one that I read that fucked me up at a young age? I think it was Spider-Man Noir. Seeing the Vulture just eat Uncle Ben like that was fucked up. It was too much for me.
Yeah, yeah. The animated series of superhero shows never really actually prepare you for what you're gonna experience in the comics.
No, I actually...
Because it feels like, honestly, comics haven't been for kids for a really long time.
Right? It's kind of a bummer. I just realized what part... Oh, wow. I've never gotten to this... I've never gotten this far before. I just realized what comic it was. It was in a comic. Did you ever buy, like, the essential superhero guides, like the hardcover, like...
Oh, yeah.
The one for...
I love those.
The one for...
Yeah, I read the Spider-Man one, and I learned a lot about Spider-Man.
Yep.
I freaking love the dictionaries for the characters and stuff. Yeah,
Very,
I had
very
the Batman one and the Spider-Man one. I really want... Just a sidebar real quick. I really want to buy them and own them again, because I fucking love...
so
like,
fucking
it's
good.
just a lore dump, and it's amazing.
It's like a wiki. It's like a wiki in your... It's like
Yes.
it's like a wiki, but in book... It's like a Wikipedia, but in book form. Like some sort of encyclopedia.
Yeah. I think that was the one where I learned... I think that's where I learned about Spider-Man's radioactive sperm.
Yep, Spider-Man Reign, their own attempt to do a Spider-Man Dark Knight Returns, which I gotta say, what a fucking terrible idea. But anyway.
Welcome to Space Marine collabs, where we talk shit about all our favorite things.
Dude, we gotta do this more often. This is really fun.
I'm getting...
We get
Also, talking about something while gaming is strangely very great.
very nostalgic.
Yes.
Reminds me of the old days on Xbox Live.
Oh, yes.
I'm
about to die.
In my head, I know it's not true, but in my brain, Xbox 360, Xbox Live is better than Discord. In my brain, like for some reason, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
Because it was my first time ever doing something like this. Like I brought my controller down to the dinner table with me while I ate and would still talk to my friends.
That's pretty cool. I didn't play on Xbox Live. For me, pretty much up until I was an adult. It was hanging out with people and like bringing my hard drive or bringing, my games kind of thing.
That was like an unintentional burn.
No, you're fine.
For me, it was hanging out with people, like, talking. That's just funny. I thought it was funny.
I enjoy doing this, but I genuinely get more like... So my best friend came over Saturday, bought Space Marine, so that we could both play it, and then we just sat in the same room and played on 2 different devices, and like it was a blast.
That's badass. I love that. LAN party, right?
It's a good time.
Yeah, that's awesome.
These shield guys are fucking me up already again.
Poke your head out, fucker. Yeah, I think we need someone with a big ol'...
Listen, you squig fucker.
A big ol' sword
shit.
to come hit this guy.
Oh, I'm gonna die. I died.
Wait, are any of us playing Assault?
No, Vengeance
not this
Launcher,
time.
hold on.
On the Assault and
We got
Battery.
Tactical and 2 Devastators, I think.
They should have like named the Corn Berserkers. They should have named the Corn Berserkers Aggravated Assault Marines.
That's pretty good.
Assault and Battery Marines.
Oh,
I don't even want to get into what I think Emperor's Children Assault Marines should be called.
Oh yeah,
no.
let's not.
Let's not.
I'm dead.
Raptors,
No,
Raptors though. The Night Lord Raptors. I
died.
love those guys.
Oh,
and
shit.
he died. Time to respawn his
I am so screwed.
Oh, hi.
I'm gonna just try and stay
welcome to my
alive.
personal space. Holy shit. What a rumpus room. I'm getting out. Fuck this.
Out. Oh.
I'm the last man standing.
Oh boy.
Meow, meow,
Live!
meow, meow, meow.
Live!
Meow, 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 meow.
Damn it!
Meow,
I'm just gonna post up and
meow.
open up on them until they kill me again.
I'm getting jumped! They're jumping me!
They're stealing his pants.
The green tide is overwhelming us, brothers.
I'm dead again.
I'm about to get knocked immediately out of this. Ooh, grenade.
They should, in the next Dark Tide game, should just be called Green Tide. Just like, yeah, you get to fight orcs. Kept asking for it, even though you fought orcs.
I'm dead.
You've been playing Space Marine all these years.
I lasted 20 seconds that time.
Damn, this is getting tough.
There's no way.
No, it's that.
Yeah.
But
We're starting to feel the lack of a 4th person.
no, for me, those encyclopedias, that Spider-Man encyclopedia was responsible for my first comic books are not for kids. And also,
Yeah.
it introduced me to the concept of a miscarriage. I didn't know what that. I didn't know what that was until I saw Mary. Like, nobody ever explained it to me. I knew about childbirth and stuff. I was very like, my mom, when she was pregnant with my sister, made sure to kind of help me to understand everything that was going on, so that one day I could, But her explanation was, one day I'm gonna have to be a good dad in support of a lady. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
Which I try to be. I think it's a good lesson. My grandpa encouraged me to play with dolls, even though I was a boy, because he thought it would help make me a better father one day.
That's awesome.
Yeah, my family kicks ass sometimes. They also kicked my ass a lot. So, anyway, yeah, Spider-Man, right? Fun card. Yeah, so that introduced me to the concept of a miscarriage. I didn't know what it was, and it fucking traumatized me.
So I had never, when I read The Killing Joke, I had never seen that kind of violence in a comic or any superhero anything before, and was also my first pair of boobs that I ever saw, because they freaking strip her naked and then take a bunch of photos of her and torment her dad and everything. And it was just in the moment you're like, oh, cool, it's stuff too old for me, and that makes me cooler. But now I'm like, oh my god, that probably really formed some bad stuff in my brain.
For me, it was, man, this is fucked up. I really hope he gets Joker back for this. I feel like when I read that, I read it when I was a teenager, so for me it was moving into that area.
I was less than 10, and I was absolutely hanging out at church daycare, because that's where my friend who was obsessed with Batman, we hung out. And it was really, maybe we were teenagers, young teenagers, maybe. I can't remember. I remember the comic more than anything else, from the time I'm talking about.
Yes, absolutely. I love that story. I love The Killing Joke. It's one of my favorites. But I get why seeing as a kid would fuck you up. I think for me, because I grew up watching the animated series, I kind of knew that Batman was always a bit fucked up,
I mean, I grew up watching that as well, but just, I don't know. Sometimes I just don't make certain connections, I guess, in my head.
Yeah, I rewatched some of the old animated series with the girlfriend, and Cartoon Network got away with fucking murder in those shows. Because when Batman gets shot, there's not a spark. You see a bloody hole in him, and he is there are entire scenes in that show of him getting sliced across the chest or belly, and he spends the entire episode limping and holding his guts in. It's so brutal. Batman's a horror series.
It is. It's a very. Would you say the Batman animated series was almost noir-like?
Dude, it is the definition of it. It's so noir.
See, I enjoyed that, although I feel like I enjoy it less as an adult. Because I've tried to go back and rewatch it, I'm just it just doesn't hit me like Superman the Animated Series or the Justice League Unlimited kind of stuff.
Do you want to hear? JLA's JLU's fucking awesome. Superman. I actually really like the Superman animated series too. I have 2 more unhinged Alex stories about. I have a lot of Batman stories now, or DC comic stories now that I think about it. Here's my 2 favorite stories about the making of Batman the Animated Series. The first one is about the invention of the Joker gas. At this time, the Joker in the comic was just a murderous bastard. He just killed everybody. And when they made the show, one of the conditions was the Joker couldn't kill people. He could only hurt them or prank them or injure them. He couldn't be shown murdering people. He could
But the Joker gas is terrifying.
So they came up with the Joker gas. Instead, he knocks people out and paralyzes their faces. And then it happened.
I thought it was killing them, to be honest.
No, it doesn't kill him in the original series, thank goodness. But actually, no, I think that's worse, actually. But
I genuinely thought, to this day, that the Joker gas makes people laugh until they die.
Well, in every other Batman story after that, it did, when the comics brought it back in. The other one that I really liked. But yeah, then the censors were like, no, this is so much worse. And they're like, can we have him kill people? No, then we're sticking with this. God, I love reading. If you want to have a fun time, read interactions between showrunners and the people in charge of telling them what they can and can't do. It is hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, my favorite...
I'm dead.
There's a great video about Gravity Falls where it's Alex Hirsch and all of his email chains with the censors at Disney, where they were just like, these cops are gay, stop making them gay. And he's like, they're not gay, they're just very good friends. And then you watch Gravity Falls and you're like, those cops are so fucking gay. it's great. Sheriff Blubbs. Have you ever seen Gravity Falls?
I died again.
Holy shit!
I've never watched Gravity Falls.
Oh, it is delightful.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
We're getting fucked up on this. This is as far as we made it last time.
I feel like people...
Yeah, it's these machine gun guys.
They're fucking us up.
Right? Flash gets her motherfuckers. Shooter boys.
It's those really big guys. The guns.
For you. I'm gonna try to
Every
get to
time
the
I
point.
lock in on killing one, somebody else fucks me up. And these rocket dudes.
That was stupid.
Oh,
But
What's stupid?
me
crap,
me
bad.
going in with a
Clutch or
combat
kick.
knife.
Clutch or kick. Clutch or kick.
No lives available. You're up, buddy.
oh fuck.
Clutch or kick. For the Emperor!
Bum 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 bum.
Repositioning?
So am I a
Not
weirdo?
dead.
Shield guy.
Am I a weirdo for just assuming that female custodians have always existed?
Say that
I mean,
one more
I can,
time.
I can see why you would think that.
There's no gene seed. They're
Yeah, because
I didn't
Well-
hear what you asked.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
so-
We take a break.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure we can just chat.
Okay.
It's all good.
Okay.
Let's do some multiplayer. You want to do some just deathmatch?
Sure.
Like a private deathmatch? That'd be fun. But yeah, like, I just assumed they were always there. So when the reveal happened, or when I heard about the controversy, I'm like, really? You guys didn't just assume? Like, I assumed there's female Thunder Warriors.
He's a
Well,
Space Marine, only in death does duty to the end. Exactly, Blood Wolf.
And now we've all died. So, moving on.
I mean, I can. If you're not like caught up with the lore, I can see how you would think that. Because like,
Yeah.
Until recently, it was always like the Sons of Terra. And I feel
Yeah.
like people who are still upset about it, like, I get it. It was not great writing. It wasn't handled very well, and I also disagree with the way it was handled, but, like,
See, for
it's
me,
a fact now.
See, for me, when I was looking at, like, I did a bunch of research into Space Marines early on because I thought they were the coolest shit ever, and I still kind of do. But, I looked into it, and it's like, why can't we have female Space Marines? It's like, well, because the gene seed is based off of a male. And I'm like, oh, that makes sense. All these weird genetic augmentations that only the Adeptus Astartes use are based off of...
it's like it can it's only compatible with like males.
Yeah, you're growing extra cloned organs in your body that are meant for a male pattern DNA. I get it. No, totally. And so then I look at Thunder Warriors and I go, do they have gene seed? No, they're just cybernetically augmented. Oh, okay. What about custodians? It's like, oh, they use a lot of ancient technology to augment them and make them better. And so I go, all right. Then there's probably
I've
female
always
custodians.
I always thought that the Custodes was like similar to like how the Space Marines are, except it's just the Emperor himself.
Oh, you thought it was like
Yes.
Emperor gene seed? That's an interesting idea. I like that. But at the same time, oh boy, are you guys familiar with the somewhat recent lore implications that the Emperor doesn't actually look like that?
That's what I initially thought, too.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it's like it wasn't really like that.
He's not the big. He's likely not the big golden guy. He likely probably looks somewhat like Malkador actually, and that's just a thing that he projects using his psychic power. I wonder how that's gonna. Actually, I wonder if Siege of Terra. Like, I haven't read Siege of Terra yet, but what's it gonna be like when he's basically beat down to where he can't use that shit no more? Like, is it gonna show him all shrunken? Because I know I don't know who was discussing it, but there's a scene in the Post Heresy where I think it's Rogel Dorn and
I'm
Gilliman.
gonna invite y'all to the multiplayer game.
Yeah, no problem. Where Rogel Dorn and Gilliman are like standing at the Golden Throne talking after the Heresy, and Dorn comments how small he looks. Like, he's so tiny on that throne. Like, we always see the Emperor text-to-speech device image, you know, the famous one.
Still haven't seen
But you know,
Emperor speech to text device.
but you know the famous image of the Emperor I'm talking about.
Yeah, the big skelly guy.
Big skeleton on the
Oh.
throne.
Yes.
Yeah, we always
With
see
tubes coming all out of him.
where he's like despite him being dead looking, he looks big and intimidating, but like that's probably not real. That's a painting, you know? Like that's that's probably Imperial propaganda. And so to me it's like I can't imagine his genes do anything besides, well, they create we know they create the sensei, but aside from that, it just creates really powerful human psyker kids. Oh yeah, do you guys know about the sensei?
I've heard of him. But
Okay, so the sensei. Okay, so you know how the emperor was alive for a long time before becoming the emperor? He was doing a lot of fucking. Like the dude fucked all over the world and across time, and his children were very powerful psychers like himself, to the point where like him, they didn't age. They could just keep themselves alive with psychic energy. And so when he had a bunch of children, those children, went out across the galaxy and became and went on their own adventures. And some of them went heretic, some of them weren't loyalist, but there's a part of the Inquisition dedicated to hunting them down and killing them.
Why?
Because they're a threat. Because the Chaos ones are a threat to Terra, and the loyalist ones are a threat to the High Lords of Terra. to the powers that be that have taken up in the Emperor's absence. If they have somebody as powerful as the Emperor back, they don't get to be in charge anymore. And so
I appreciate you hanging out, Bloodwolf. Have a good time.
Yeah, later, dude. So the Sensei were probably the closest thing. Like when you were describing the Custodes being Emperor Space Marines, that's probably the closest thing to it, which I think is interesting. But yeah, no, I just assumed that female Custodians and Thunder Warriors have always existed. How many Custodians do you think are actually Thunder Warriors?
I don't think any of them are. I think the actual Thunder Warriors are dead.
Yeah.
The Custodians exist to kill Space Marines, and Thunder Warriors are just proto-Space Marines.
You're probably right about that.
They were literally just, the Thunder Warriors were literally just the weapons that he needed at the time.
They were a blunt instrument, yep.
And the Custodians was like what he wanted.
You know what? Let's have some fun. What's your dream 40k game?
Frickin' Star Wars Battlefront 2.
Okay, that's mine as well. What's yours, Batir?
Like if I could have any game themed like 40k?
Yeah, like just say an original 40k game. What would you want it to be?
Would love to play a Guardsman game.
Yeah, like Guardsman Call of Duty or Battlefield.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of fun.
For me,
this reminded me of something, right? This reminded me of something. You're talking about game, right?
Yeah.
I got this movie idea set in 40k, where it's like that, like Cold War, CIA versus KGB, spy versus spy stuff.
But with the Inquisition?
With the Inquisition and
Emperor's servants?
I was thinking Alpha Legion because they popped up in my head first.
It's
kind of like this, getting up to fuckery lately.
There is it only exists in one book series, and I'm kind of sad we haven't learned more about them. There is a Dark Inquisition. They're called the Cognitae. They worship a mysterious warp entity. Basically, they are, you know, when Malcador was starting the Inquisition.
Yeah,
there was a rogue Ordo that went off on their own and basically operated in secret and have been instrumenting different chaos uprisings and ideas throughout the years, you know? Damn, holy shit. I couldn't tell if you were an ally or an enemy. I'm like, what? Is that a Chaos Leech? Oh, that's Batir.
He has less spice than us!
Oh no, get him!
I have a lot more color!
But,
yes, 2 colors instead of 1!
But,
my mama says I'm special.
But they worship a chaos or a mysterious entity known as the Yellow King, and I actually don't. I thought it was just going to be the King in Yellow from the Lovecraft mythos.
That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah.
They found a book with his name in it, and a huge part of it was a huge part of the last Eisenhorn book, the last Inquisitor book, was them trying to interpret this book And the entire book is this guy's name. And the last thing you learn in the book, and this book came out like 5 years ago and we haven't had a follow-up, is that the identity of the Yellow King is Constantine Valdor.
Oh, I have heard about that.
Yes, so there's a possibility that Constantine Valdor, ever since he went missing, has been leading a dark mirror of the Inquisition in secret. And they don't seem to, they're not entirely, they work with chaos. No, sorry, no, they don't actually. They don't. So what's funny is in the last book, it's about a hive city where a bunch of two rival inquisitors are working together, are working against each other, trying to take down the Yellow King. One inquisitor is completely still loyal to the Inquisition, and the other has gone rogue years ago. And they're two kill teams trying to like outsmart each other with like a spy versus spy type thing. And in this city, more and more Chaos Legions keep showing up. Hell, a member of the Alpha Legion is on one of their kill teams. Like one of their party members is Alfarius.
Wow.
And like, dude, it's so crazy. And like everyone's trying to get the King in Yellow in their own way, and it's so fucking, oh god, there's a terrifying scene. There's a moment where they're all walking into this mansion, and one of the psyker in the group keeps hearing giggling. And the owner of they're like getting toured around by the mansion, toured around the mansion by the owner, and the psyker keeps going like, "What's that giggling? What's that giggling?" And the lady's just like, "It's the children. It's the children. Don't listen to them. It's the children." And they go into this room and they meet this guy, this naked man who's just sitting on a throne. He is wrapped in like these purple ribbons, and he's like, his body looks like strangely stretched, and you find out that this is just a member of the Emperor's children without any armor or clothes on, and he fucking stalks them through the manor. It's such a fucking horrifying scene because he has no weapons. He's just trying to crush them with his bare hands. Anyways, yeah, the new Inquisitor series is really good, you guys. I recommend it. The Eisenhorn books are great. They're pretty much exactly what you just described, Ometagon. I think you'd really like them. Of just cool spy shit, you know? I'm sorry, I got so sidetracked by ranting about the book. Also, I'm not going to win this match. I'm telling you right up front. But, is this deathmatch or is this point capture?
This is just deathmatch.
Yeah, I'm not going to win this. But yeah, I think my dream, like, I have a couple Dream 40k games. The Battlefront 2 thing you mentioned was one. I still want Inquisitor Mass Effect, but I think Rogue Trader might actually scratch that itch when I play it, you know?
Yeah. It has a lot of that feel to it, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's probably as close as we'll ever get to 40k Mass Effect.
Yes. And then the other one I wanted, and this is a tabletop game, but it could also be a computer game. I want a unification war game that's like Risk, or like Civ or Gladius Relics of War, where it takes place on Terra during the Unification War, and you can play as the Emperor and his Thunder Warriors as a faction, but you could also play as a bunch of cool techno-barbarians and try to conquer Terra and stop the Emperor.
That's pretty cool.
Right? Wouldn't that be really fun?
Idea.
Because, like, imagine all the badass Raider characters you could make. Like, there's Ursh. We know about Ursh from the Horus Heresy books. He was like a barbarian warlord that fucking led armies of demons. On Terra. It was really cool.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'd let you know. I was mute the entire time, but right before I threw that grenade, I said sorry.
It's all good. I ain't winning this one.
Ow. Ah, shoot. I keep forgetting R's not overheat with a heavy bolter.
Ow.
Damn, that felt good.
I'm sorry?
I said, damn, that felt good as I exploded Batir with a Meltagun.
Oh, I thought that was Badir that said that.
Oh.
I said
Boy.
I got my revenge, though.
But yeah, Unification Wars game is really what I'm... Like, that.
Oh, yeah,
I'd love to see that.
Fun.
Yeah, it's a really cool era. Sad we didn't get to see more of it.
It would be really cool if in the Horus Heresy tabletop they added the like Thunder Warriors or Techno Barbarians. Just because that's not like super far off from when that happened. So it would be kind of cool if like, oh shit. I mean, lore-wise, it'd be hard to explain, surely. Because, I mean, to be fair, it was the Custodes and the very first generation of Space Marines that put down the Thunder Warriors.
I think yeah. Oh, that'd be interesting. Yeah, that would be interesting. Oh yeah, and the one other one, and this is, I feel like, the one that's least likely to happen, but I'd love to see it. I want the developers of Papers, Please to make an Administratum game.
Yeah. I've heard good things about that game.
Like a servitor.
Yeah. Oh, wait, you haven't played Papers, Please?
No, I haven't.
Oh man, that's a good one. That game gets you really into that game is very immersive.
Yeah.
Glory to Arstotzka.
Glory to Arstotzka. I did 3 playthroughs. I did one where I went pure rebel and died for the cause. I did one where I went pure
the front of a Thunderhawk.
I went pure loyalist to Arstotzka and basically did everything the fascist government told me to do. And then I did a 3rd playthrough, which was making money, which involved screwing over everyone to get paid as much as possible and buy a ticket out of that shithole. It was great. Yeah.
Hey, you, Inspector, you breathe too much air. Your execution's next week. Understandable. Arstotzka.
Can I have work off till then? Absolutely not. Make sure you show up to your execution.
Oh, there you are.
Emperor is dead.
I like this thing.
Emperor is dead. Hi,
It's so
Mr.
much
Witty.
fun playing as the Devastators.
Yeah, it is. I love the heavy bolter feel in this game. One more. Are you guys familiar with the Dynasty Warriors series?
Yes.
Yes.
But I've never played any of them other than the Pirate Warriors and the Gundam ones.
Listen, I don't really want a lot of Horus Heresy games. There's a few I would love to see, but the one I want more than anything else is Dynasty Warriors Primarchs, where you're playing
that
is
would be pretty fucking dope.
where you are just cutting down thousands of Astartes as like Angron, Demon Angron, or just, oh man, it'd be so good. I really want to play Dynasty Warriors Gundam. I've heard good things about that one.
The 3rd one has the best combat, though 2 has more stories, and in my opinion, the maps don't feel so samey.
Psycho Ninjas, I'm so happy you're still here. Hey, listen, I'll tell her you were looking for her, and I might have her on for more streams, because okay. So I'm sad you guys missed a subathon, but that's okay. No worries. Vea, my girlfriend, was.
Traitor. There he is. Ah, shoot.
I would like to point out that I'm playing as a World Eater right now.
Where's your power axe? I mean, chain axe?
I was gonna go Corn Berserker, but I know I wasn't paying attention.
I know.
Where is my power suit? I put it away.
Hey, you two can go at it. Go ahead. I won't. They just. Where'd you guys go?
Damn.
Oh, there it is.
Nailed it. It's okay, shoot through the pillar.
I'm good.
Hey Esper, how you doing, man? Playing some Space Marines.
Space Marine!
Space Marine!
Space Marine!
I'm here from Lane anyway. Well, I'm happy to have you here, man. I'll let her know that you were here, and I will let her know that she needs to do more streams. I think having her on maybe once a month to do some games that she likes to do, like Animal Crossing or Sims, I think she'd really appreciate that. I think she would be a lot more entertaining to watch play those games than me, because I min-max everything I play, so those games are kind of like the death of me. I want more Xenos-focused stories. Oh man, that'd be great.
I still really want to play Fire Warriors, the Tau game.
Oh, dude,
like, PS2.
Don't. You're gonna hate yourself.
That game is a broken piece of shit. You should definitely play it because it's weird and interesting.
I did 2 playthroughs of that on the hardest.
Fun to play through.
Let me just say. Let me just say this. It's really hard.
First half, yeah.
Let me. Here's a single phrase that should tell you everything you need to know about the game. It's really hard to hit things with the Tau weapons.
Well, that's dumb, because that's their whole fucking thing.
Yup.
Exactly.
The most accurate weapon in the game is a Chaos Bolter.
Why is chaos in the game?
Because halfway through the game, it stops being a Tau story.
So it's like every game. Surprise, it's really chaos!
Yep, absolutely. Chaos is the secret villain. You know what? You know what's great about the? I want to point that out. The great thing about the Inquisitor series is that Chaos is the villain you expect, and then the secret villain is some weird new shit. You know.
That's one thing I really like about the Caiaphas Cain books. Mm-hmm. And while sometimes the secret villain can be predictable, or like I always feel like, ooh, can I figure it out before Cain figures it out, before it straight up tells us who it is?
Yeah, you're with the Imperium. Hi, Caiaphas Cain.
Caiaphas Cain, hero of the Imperium.
Jorgen, take that shot. Freaking love the meme of like, you can't stop me. I know, but he can. Jorgen.
Oh, I'm a fan, like just him having a mental breakdown the second he gets behind closed doors.
Yeah, I love it.
Oh, I heard everything. Mood kindred.
Mood kindred.
Are you a piece of shit too? Yes. Okay. Maybe just the 40k Dynasty Warriors games, because I really want to punch people as that guy. I think Marnius Calgar. Yeah, Marnius Calgar is one of the coolest Space Marines.
I fucking love that he's a triple or quadruple amputee because of fucking Swarm Lord.
Yeah, he
really wanted to punch that Swarm Lord.
He
really did.
Motherfucker had 3 limbs cut off, was being carried back into the ship. Everybody carrying him and everyone on the ship got killed, and he had to get out of there himself with no arms. It's so good. Ooh, that'd be great, Witty.
One of my favorite things about the Blood Angels is how fucked up they got in Devastation at Ball.
Oh yeah. Oh, have you seen Angels of Death?
Yes.
It's one of the good Warhammer TV series.
It's not good. Excuse me. I don't enjoy it because the mouth animation is off and it breaks the immersion in the show. That is my one complaint about it.
You know what? That's fair. Let's put it this way. It's good compared to everything else I've seen on Warhammer TV, which is at the
Some of the Hammer and Bolter episodes are pretty good. I'll say that.
Yeah.
There's the one where it turns out you're following Gene Stealer cultists the whole time was really good.
Zinch, but yeah.
I was gonna say I'm the only one that stuck out to me about the Hammer and Bolter series was the one where it's those Chaos Terminators
with Trazen.
Oh, and
that part's so fucking good. Yeah, they were in the what was it fucking called?
Because I feel like
Tesseract Labyrinth.
Because I feel like GW actually let their animators animate.
Yeah,
that's good. I like that. See, for me, Hammer and Bolter is a lot like the Animatrix or Halo. Or sorry, it's a lot like Halo Legends.
Legends had some good stories and had some.
Yeah, exactly.
Stories.
This is anime Halo, but this isn't what I wanted.
Yeah,
like it's the same way I kind of feel the same way about Star Wars Visions now that we have season 2, because I finished Star Wars Visions and I'm like, I want all these.
There he is.
I want all of these to be pilots for actual TV shows.
Mm-hmm.
Instead
of just like episode of the day.
The only 2 I didn't like was I didn't like the twins, and what was the other one I didn't? No, that was the only one I didn't like. I liked all of them actually. I loved.
Oh, coward! I know the nails are biting.
They hurt, but I'm trying my best. I lost anyway. I'm changing my Chaos Legion to Alpha Legion.
Omega carried us.
He did.
Like
I got some good hits in though.
You did. You killed me 5 times.
Yeah. But yeah, Ghost Runner and Mechanicus Restalker would be sick.
You forgot this game was PvP, right?
Okay, I'm gonna get back to my. You know what? It's getting towards the end of the stream. Let's go full circle. Okay, I've had some time to think about your take on Reach, and I get it. I get it, and I understand why you feel that way. And I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna make me sound like an asshole. And let me explain what I've experienced so far. Here is my out of Halo lore. I have read Fall of Reach. I have read. I have watched Halo Legends, and I have watched the Fall of Reach animated adaptation, which is not very good, but it's the same story.
It's not great. Yeah.
It's not great. The world of Halo is really fucking boring. Like, think about, like, my impetus for what makes for a good setting is how much can a single element tell me about the world? You take, for instance, the Mechanicus in 40k. You take a servo skull, one of the most common things you see. Explaining every element of that servo skull will tell you everything about the world. Nothing in the Halo setting inspires me. Nothing excites me. Nothing... Like, the most exciting thing about the Halo story for me is, like, Halsey and the AI, which is kind of why I dug Halo 5, parts of Halo 5. I just... I don't feel it. There's nothing all that exciting about the world, which is why I vibe so hard with New Mombasa, because if you were to ask me, like, okay, but what makes it so good? And it's all vibes. At the end of the day, ODST brings the good vibes, because outside of the Forerunners and the Covenant, the Halo world's really fucking boring. Like, humanity in Halo is, like, kind of like a boring Imperium.
I mean, they were on the edge of extinction when the first game takes place, and like they're literally fighting for the survival of humanity.
Yes, and I love that. That's one of the reasons why I love the Halo original trilogy so much. Is that
Halo? Yep, we come full circle.
That's why exactly. That's why I wanted to get into this topic.
From the beginning of the stream to the end of the stream, we are right back.
I literally said, "Let's go full circle." We're getting close to the end. Let's go full circle. That's what I love about Halo 1 through 3, and why ODST to me still feels kind of like a nothing story. Because the entire thing exists to explain one advantage we got in Halo 3, right? Which was the location of the Ark.
How'd you get up there? Hold on.
But, like, yeah, that to me, that was the best thing about it. It was about humanity's struggle. It was about humanity's struggle against the Covenant, and about the internal politics of the Covenant and how it kind of destroys itself, which I love that kind of story.
Love it when a whole nation is built on a lie.
Yeah, that's super fascinating to me. The elites, and I love how in Halo 3, like in parts of Halo 2 and Halo 3, and Halo 3 kind of pulls back on this a little bit, but like how elites and hunters and even some grunts become our allies. That's awesome.
Yo, I freaking loved it.
I loved it.
That was great in Halo 2.
You're seeing like the previously very fascist UNSC move into more of like a Star Trek type world where you cooperate with the alien races, you know?
Yeah.
And I love that. But the problem is, nothing after Halo 3 that I enjoyed really, that I've experienced so far, has explored that. Welcome back,
yeah, Obi. It's more of like the elites are treated as like a foreign nation, basically.
Yeah.
The Kilo 5 trilogy is really good.
I've heard good things about it.
You can see a Spartan and some ODST do more like Black Ops stuff as opposed to combat ops, and like supply Sangheili with weapons to fund a civil war. And
we're just chilling, Obi.
It's very, because it's all their own Oni detachment. So very CIA.
Now,
Karen Travis wrote him, and I really like her style when she plays in other people's sandboxes.
Nice.
I don't enjoy her books in her own universe as much, but like her Star Wars, Gears of War, Halo books are all some of my favorite.
That's kind of me with Chris Avalone. But yeah,
I judged that really badly.
Yeah, for me it's like I don't find the Halo world itself inherently exciting. Like if I guess here's the sucky part. You could tell the exact same story in 40k about a doomed world and a bunch of guardsmen, and I'd probably love it purely because it's in 40k. Because
the series carries a lot of weight.
Yeah, the lore is something I know. I don't want to say intricately. There's still blind spots, of course, but I've just been picking up things here and there for the last oh my god, it's 2024. The last 8 years.
Man, I started back in 2020.
Nice. Hey, it was a good time.
No. I think it was 2021 actually when I got my first job, and I had to do a lot of work stuff, like outdoorsy stuff. No, like, how did I hit you from that far?
I don't know.
Anyway,
what was
I was doing a bunch of outdoorsy stuff.
Bolts fly very straight, apparently.
I was using a storm bolter. I mean, twin bolter. I shouldn't be able to hit Jack. Anyway, so I was...
Go on.
Sorry. So I was doing a bunch of outdoor stuff, like cutting down grass around stop signs and stuff like that, mowing the grass, like along the back roads. Like we didn't do the main road. Like the main roads are the city's job, right? And the county's job is like all the dirt roads behind it. And like it gets really boring. Are you held back by your faith to the corpse emperor? He is cringe.
I want to fight him.
He's cringe, and I want to.
I just hear you scream.
That's we
I
kind
want to
of
fight him. He pulled through my face. Anyway, so like it gets really boring after a while because you're by yourself for like almost.
Right.
It was a 10-hour day.
Uh-huh.
Because you get off on Fridays. You get 3-day weekends, which was one thing I loved about that job.
Yep.
Waking up at 6 every morning sucked.
Learning something you learn. I learned early on is that 12 hours or 8 hours a shift feels like a shift. Like
Yeah,
as long as
much.
I'm getting breaks at the right times, as long as I can piss when I need to
They
piss.
scream like a girl when they're spooked. Hey, I'll
Emperor-
have you know,
That's
I'm
probably
an
the Emperor's
Iron
children.
Warrior. There is a degree of separation from that thing.
The Emperor's children probably do that.
There's a degree of separation.
Yeah. I'm real. I'm a real one. And I'm really
He's a
upset
real
about
one.
it. Okay, what was your lock-in point for Warhammer?
A lock-in point?
Yeah, what was
it
the-
had to have been I'm gonna be honest. The lock-in point, I don't think I had a lock-in point. I think it just kind of happened.
Fair enough.
Now that I think about it,
Before
'cause I can't really pin down one point.
Before 40K, I was a huge fan of like The Witcher. The Witcher, Berserk, and Game of Thrones were like my favorite things. Just grim, dark fantasy that was very smartly written. And I had started to get into like World of Warcraft and stuff back in like 2016 or so. And then I saw Warhammer and I'm like, wow, this looks like kind of like World of Warcraft, but futuristic and way more metal. This is awesome. And then basically I started playing all the games because everything looked like I wanted to play like a playable heavy metal album cover, which is what this and Dawn of War were pretty much. And the more I explored, I was just like, oh, this is all really, really cool. I was in it for the aesthetics. I was in it for cool shit, you know? I was always a bit weird because I'm like, I don't really vibe with the Space Marines. They just seem like belligerent assholes. They are just zealous bastards, you know? Like I liked individual Space Marines.
Yeah.
Like I like Titus.
Civil clown colors, lovely random armor pieces too. Baby.
But yeah,
Sometimes.
I liked Titus and I liked Gabriel Angelos from Dawn of War, but I never really vibed with them. And so then one time when I was on vacation, I downloaded the first Horus Heresy book, and then I listened to it.
Gonna hit. I overshot really
damn.
badly.
Man, this is the worst day for a World Eater ever. Looking for someone to fight, can't find nothing.
Oh man.
But oh hey,
Right here, come out! The nails are biting.
ow. But the first Horus Heresy book, when I saw what Space Marines used to be before the Heresy, that's when I locked in. Because to me, like I said before, 40K is all about irony. Seeing the tragedy of what the Imperium was before the Heresy and what it became is such a strong like it's so sad, you know?
Yeah,
like
because Gilliman sums it up best with his speech to the Emperor, and he's like, "We should have all just fucking died. It would have been better than this bullshit."
Right?
And I'm like, "Same, Rabute.
Better that Horus got his way, you know." And it's like that was where I locked in for me. It was the conversation. Like, I don't know if you guys have ever read the Horus Heresy books, but like the first one is mostly debates about theology. It's about the nature of God and whether or not it's okay to enforce your beliefs on other people if they are true. Because that's the Imperium. It's like they believe at the time they had a moral imperative to enforce truth, which is why they did all that anti-religious shit. And that's a huge part of the book. And also they're wrong because gods are fucking real in that setting. Like, very real.
They are real. And
They're
are
scary real.
And they don't like you very
They're here
much.
to eat your fucking
Speaking of
souls.
colors, if I ever get stable enough to afford proper army for myself, other than the ones currently owned, that was my brother's, I'd probably get Thousand Suns.
Good choice.
Some
Fucking-
demons.
that's
Bro,
my army. I
Thousand
love
Suns
them.
look
They're so
great.
much better in 9th edition and 10th than they were in 9th. They were so hard to play in 9th.
I would love to meet somebody who's just like, oh, Imperial Knights. I've never met an Imperial
I
Knights
also
player.
play the Imperial Knights, and they're fucking awesome. I have
Alright.
an army of them as well.
Maybe there's some hope for you yet, Batir. I'm kidding.
I got it.
And I have an army of guardsmen.
That's the realist. I gotta
Oh,
count.
I killed myself.
I want to get a guardsman army so bad. I've written all my lore. I've written so much lore about my guardsmen. I could talk about it, but that's another day. That'd be like another 2 hours of streaming. But you know, just hearing Space Marines talk and have conversations about like philosophy and about like whether or not they should just leave people the fuck alone and stop crusading, even if they believe they're crusading for the truth.
There were
Because-
some Space Marines who did that. Like, they got so fucked up by a Xenos, and they were like, we're just gonna go be quiet and on our own and not do anything anymore. And the Inquisition was like, fuck no, they must be chaos, kill them all.
That sucks.
They're one of the chapters that was 100% wiped out.
So
And they just, like, they didn't fight back. They were so fucked up by the alien, like, they were so traumatized. Probably fighting the Harud, I think, is the prevailing theory.
the Harud. Yeesh.
Wait, I thought the Iron Warriors killed them off during the Great Crusade.
I
God, I hope so.
don't know. Haven't the Space Marine chapters come across them from time to time? Because there was a Space Marine in a story that, like, the Harud pushed time through him, and he aged like 800 years.
Oh, that's
Or some
fucking
shit.
metal.
Oh,
That's some like 2000. Oh, hey,
Starboy.
you know what? Friendly fire is canon for me, so it's fine. Oh, for both of us, you're an Iron Warrior. We love
Yeah.
friendly fire.
Have faith, Word Bear. We're all bleeding today.
Is that actually in the Quran, Obi? If so, that's pretty cool. Ow. Victory! That grenade was all we needed. But my favorite part of the first Horus Heresy book is at the very end, where they meet with this species, they meet with this human world called the Interrex, who actually helps them defeat a hostile Xenos race on this moon called the Mega Arachnids. That are these, they're basically big spiders, but their shell is iron. Like they're big metal spiders. And they're really tough. And the Blood Angels, it took a joint operation between the Blood Angels, the Luna Wolves, and Blood Angels, Luna Wolves, and the Emperor's Children to finally bring them down.
Wow.
Yeah, it was crazy.
This intense.
Lucius at one point rips off one of their legs and starts using it like a sword, and then gets chewed out by what the fuck is the other guy's name? The other big like Emperor's Children captain, the loyal one. Anyway, he gets chewed out by his commanding officer for using Xenos weaponry.
Oh, yeah.
What was he good?
Yeah, it's...
Yeah.
Though one of my favorite characters
Alpha Legion W.
Is Laetara Seyrin. I have a poster of
Seyrin.
him with this
Oh,
ridiculous...
you bought did you print it out?
I love it. I love the Korn slams doors on your ship, storming your bridge, and demand to know what bills this man pays to be slamming doors on
On my ship. That's great. They don't have Night
One
Lords,
moment, Silver.
which is kind of a bummer.
Whoa, hold up.
I'm going Emperor's Children.
I don't know how long y'all normally stream for, and for me, I started a bit earlier than I normally do. I don't know if y'all want to keep going or what.
I have another 30 minutes left.
I gotta get off.
All right,
Okay.
Ometagon. It's been grand playing with you, man.
It's been a good time, man.
This is not what I was expecting this to be at all, but I'm really happy it turned out this way.
Hey, it was fun.
All right,
Right?
You never know what happens with these collabs. That's
yeah.
the fun part.
Yeah. That's true.
I
shit.
I am going
Welcome
to
in, Raiders.
welcome in,
I'm
Raiders.
going to have to nuke
Thank
this
you,
stream
Golden. I
off because
really
it doesn't
appreciate
fit
that,
grand, but
Freya, if you would go ahead and pin a shout out to him to the chat, please, I would greatly appreciate that.
Yes, and everyone on mine, click on Ometagon's name in the title. Go ahead and give him a follow. He deserves it, especially with how much he's been sitting here quietly waiting to talk. He's very polite. Follow him if you
Alex
want
and I
polite
feed off each
Yeah,
other
for-
and escalate very quickly and very easily.
I am the Lord's strongest listener.
the God's silliest listener.
Do you want, Alex? Do you want to play some Dawn of War?
The brand.
I'll be honest
Gotta
with
worry
you.
about the brand.
Honestly, with
that's over. Maybe link.
yeah, to be honest with you, I don't. I kind of just want to keep fucking around on this. I'm having a lot of fun.
That's fair. Do you want to continue to just 1v1 it for a little bit longer?
Hell yeah.
Okay. I feels like with only 3 people. Thank you, Omega. Have a great rest of your day, man. Appreciate you hanging out. Looking forward to doing it again.
Looking forward
hopefully
to doing
soon.
it. Yep. See you, man.
All right. Thank you guys for having me. All right,
Thanks for being here. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Chats.
Laters.
I'm tired.
Good night, friend.
I get it.
All right. Bye.
I don't think there are any. I don't have any flamethrowers, Silver.
No flamers. No flammers.
No flamers in this game. There's a pyroblaster in the second game. But I don't like the segment where we have to use it.
But the way so they actually meet with this species. They meet with this human civilization.
MIDI. Excuse me.
They meet with this human civilization called the Interrex, and the Interrex is like hyper advanced, and they work openly with Xenos. They're like they're living together with this alien race known as the Kinnebrecht on their planet. And the Space Marines show up, and
I'm not a fan of flaying anybody, Silver, so no.
The Space Marines show up, and they're like, "Wow, you seem really warlike, but we want to make sure you know about chaos. So why don't you come have dinner with us, and we'll have a meeting about chaos." And Horus is all very chill. Like his whole thing.
Oh, they're the ones that had the blade that corrupted Horus, right?
Yep, they have this hall of weapons. Where there's all these different, there's a bunch of chaos artifacts in there, and one of them was the anatheme, which is a demon weapon that will kill the name of the person spoken to it. The anatheme, but trying
to figure out which way you were going to go around that.
Damn.
Ooh. I know exactly not exactly, because I haven't read the Horus Heresy books, but I've read the plot of the overarching thing. So I generally know what you're referring to.
Yeah. So,
all right, Silver. Have a good night then.
My favorite thing about it, though, is the way that it's told. Basically they have this meeting. You don't see the dinner Horus has. In fact, very little of the first Horus Heresy book focuses on Horus at all. He has like little cameos. Mainly it's the story of Garviel Loken. And Garviel is having a discussion about, God, which is basically what the book's been about up to this point. Every conversation. The nature of the Imperium and God and its relationship with God. And midway through the conversation where they're really starting to get close together, the guy gets a call and just attacks Loken out of nowhere, and Loken's like begging him to stop and explain what's going on, and Loken ends up having to like kill a bunch of the guards with his combat knife and like lament because these people were like becoming his friend, Uh-oh.
That's weird.
We still in?
Yeah.
And it's just this really good tragic moment, and like they have to end up having to get Horus out of there. He's not even in power armor, and they're trying to kill him. He's like wearing like a toga, and like Abaddon's like, we got to kill these motherfuckers, and Horus like sighs and wipes away a tear, and he just says, illuminate them, and they had to go to war with this planet because of a misunderstanding. And it's just this very sad moment for Horus and for the Luna Wolves. But anyway, that was the moment where I fell in love with 40K, where it was like, oh, there's so much more nuance to the setting. This isn't see, I thought it was a black and white setting, but it was black and black. So everyone was just evil and awful, but no, it's all gray, and I really love that about it. Damn, got close.
Ooh, I unlocked some armor.
Nice work.
That's cool.
Yeah, you are wrecking me right now. But yeah, I really love the Horus Heresy books.
Playing as the Devastator. I feel like I vibe with it. I think I'm in 40K thing was the binging of Wes Hammer's TikToks and all his like 1 to 3 minute bite-sized lore things that are just really interesting.
Nice.
And then,
I've never watched him.
His stuff's not always accurate. And if you want his short form stuff, you can find him, I think, under just Wes Hammer on TikTok. Although I think he's loaded them all on YouTube. Sometimes I sit there and I just binge his shorts on YouTube. But I'm at a point where I prefer Adeptus Ridiculous because that's more of a conversation between two people, whereas Wes Hammer's like a presentation, and it's like you're like the music and the audio and the pictures and everything, like it feels like attending a class, which is cool. Thank you for coming into range of my gun.
I know, fuck. I had to jump closer.
Good job trying out the Raptors, though.
Yeah, I thought I'd give it a shot.
Also, I think I fucking love the Omega Marines. I don't think I knew about them until earlier today when I unlocked their skin in Space Marine 2, and now I'm like, I'm fucking vibing with the Omega Marines.
Oh, I have a pink...
I love the half and half.
I have a pink, aiming red... I have a pink, reticle when it comes to the,
There you go. Good job.
There we go. Nice.
Ooh, I can go to the armory.
Shoot the stabby ones, stab the shooty ones.
Yes.
You don't like the name Horus, why not? Because it sounds like horse. Horse sus heresy.
I forgot what the melee button was for a moment. You see me like, wait, how do I fucking melee? Two jump Marines, who can figure it out first?
Who's just gonna lame it out?
Yeah.
That shoulder charge. Oh, you're fucking... Oh!
I have a perk that my jetpack detonates.
That is awesome. I love that. But yeah, my landing reticle is pink.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, my
Are you Emperor's Children then?
Yeah. See, I've learned that like early 40K, I was all about that the aesthetics, and for me nowadays, it's I still love the aesthetics, no doubt. Like, but for me, it's always the story. When I look at an Emperor's Children, I think about I think about Fulgrim. I think about the Fall. I think about that play, that horrific, terrible, wonderful play, the musical blood orgy that happens in that book.
Oh.
It's fucked up, man. It is. But no, there's just, I look at it and I think of the history behind it, and that's a big thing for me, is feeling like I'm part of a world.
Are any of us actually gonna ground pound the other? Ah! There you go. Ah, I died.
Does it increase your dopamine levels? Yeah. No, I get really excited. I love writing my own 40K stuff. I love trying to find little spots in the lore where I can fit interesting characters and stories. It's probably my favorite fantasy setting. Like, I wouldn't go as far as to call it sci-fi, because I'm one of those weirdos who likes to keep those things very separate, you know? But it's up there. I really love it. It's up there with Star Wars in terms of just like great fantasy settings.
Ah.
I love how my Force Axe gets replaced with a Chain Axe if I'm playing Chaos.
Isn't it great?
Yeah, it's really good. I hope you guys enjoyed this stream, by the way. I apologize for not talking to chat much. I came in under the influence and highly distracted. I would have talked more to you guys if so much wasn't going on all at once. And I do apologize if any of you felt left out. I had a great time. I had a lot of fun, and I hope you guys had fun too listening to our nonsense.
Chat, same. I know during collabs I talk with chat less because I don't like interrupting the people that I'm talking to, and I always feel like that's what I end up doing. So I appreciate y'all hanging out and vibing with us. It's been a good time.
Might I introduce a small life hack to you?
Yes.
You can buy... Oh, hold on, I'm stuck.
Oh my gosh, you really were?
Yeah, brother, I'm pinned here.
Raider! You are no brother of mine!
Oh, you got me. Nice. But
I had to after all those kills with your axe and your pistol.
I like. I would recommend setting up a push to mute button. I have one set up. I just didn't use it. Where you can just quickly respond to a person in chat. Like for me, I hold down the button and it activates my. I have it bound to the same button I use for in-game voice. So if I'm playing online and I'm talking to someone in VC, I can quickly talk to someone in game. You know?
Yeah.
Fuck. That short hop did not save me.
It almost did. I thought you were going to go over the ledge there for a moment.
He's going over that cliff.
Brave strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off. Lot of grenades. Hey, Keen, how you doing, man? Playing some Space Marine with School of the Cat right now. Didn't get the other weapon out in time. That's fine.
This is a lot more. This game's a lot more fun with dueling than it is like with big. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I've never been able to get. This is the most I've ever gotten into this
Keen,
multiplayer.
you and your cursed emotes. That face. I appreciate you still hanging out, imposter.
I've honestly kind of gotten over the silent chat thing.
What do you mean?
You know how like I had that moment where I was like really sad that no one was talking and like I was like talking like basically just getting really desperate.
Yeah.
Well, our financial situation got slightly better and I've kind of made peace with it. Sometimes people just
good.
It's also like every time I look and actually check the viewer number, it's higher than I think it's going to be. So like for me, it doesn't really.
Damn.
Oh fuck! Get away!
Damn it! I thought I was gonna get you with the exploding jetpack trick.
Obi's still here. Yeah, no, and like more than Obi's still here. There's definitely more people than just you watching, man, and I appreciate it. Some people just don't want to talk all the time. I
feel like that is something I freely admit that I struggle with that sometimes because like if there's 10 lurkers, sometimes it feels like I'm sitting in a room being ignored, but like. I do feel that lurkers are the backbone of every successful streamer, big or small. Like, we need them.
For real.
And it's just, like, sometimes it can be hard to, like, be okay with that. But it definitely feels like, oh, hey, you were literally right there.
Yeah.
That was a very close game.
Yeah, you've caught up to me in levels. We were, like, 2 apart when we started.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But no, yeah, ever since... I don't know. I feel like ever since like Vea started working again and realizing that she's not gonna fucking hate me if I stay home and stream. Like she's never been bad to me about it, but like I feel like such a piece of shit. But I know I'm not. I'm working and I am doing my part at home. I'm taking care of things. I just, boy, you can't help but feel like a piece of shit sometime. You know.
I definitely understand that. There are times where I absolutely need the reassurance. From Freya and Prime that like it's okay. Like things are fine. I don't have to rush into anything. I don't have to take a job I don't want to. And sometimes I have to be reminded like I didn't quit my job just because I thought I was gonna blow up streaming, right? And they're like, no, you quit that job for your mental health, and it's okay that you don't have another job. And I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
But also, to be fair, I put in over 8 hours of work into stream stuff, whether it's streaming or being active in networking discords, being active in other people's chats, or sometimes just lurking and donating like a couple bits because I don't have the spoons.
Yeah.
But like I view Twitch as a job, because I have like internal goals that I want to hit, and I'm so motivated to keep doing it, keep pushing, and keep going. Like it, and that comes and goes. There are times where I definitely don't feel it.
The job I had was significantly more boring than this. Like it was significantly easier. Like, and
I would also say my day job. Well, was kind of easier, but it just drained the shit out of me all the time.
The reason I quit is because they fired my girlfriend. I'm just like, fuck you guys. I ain't working with people that wronged me in that way. And I get they have their own bullshit reasons they make up, but like, you know what? Okay, so what happened with Vea is that we worked at a place, and she was having panic attacks. She wasn't doing well, and she kept trying to explain that to our boss. Like, I couldn't come in. I was having a panic attack. And he was like, all right, but you got to start coming in, or else we're going to fire you. And so then she brought in a doctor's note, and then they fired her because she explained. She basically came like, hey, this is why I'm not able to make it in, because I physically can't. And then they just fired her. And that was the last straw for me. I was like, I'm done. Fuck this.
Yeah,
you know?
that's pretty shitty.
Yeah.
You guys, I think I have a new favorite Space Marine chapter. It's the Omega Marines. They look so dope.
I'll be honest, my favorite Space Marine chapter being the Blood Ravens. It's not my favorite, it's just what I play. Because I honestly love all of them. There's so many Space Marine chapters I love. I love the Night Lords. I love Emperor.
The Minotaurs!
Proceed. I love all the Space Marine chapters. Proceeds to name the 10 Chaos Legions. But like,
I mean, Chaos Space Marines are still Space Marines.
Yeah, for me, it's about the level of like, what makes these guys interesting. I had a video I had in the works. So I was going to do a video where I talked about every Space Marine chapter, every loyalist and Chaos Space Marine chapter. Go like, I can do it, and then I started doing it, and I cannot tell you the majority of Space Marine chapters that exist in lore are palette swapped Ultramarines. They're not anything special. They're just
you're right.
Yeah, same with Chaos. Like Chaos, most Chaos chapters most Chaos Legions are the Black Legion with a different color scheme, and it sucks. That's why I find things like the Carcharodons and the Blood Ravens
I love the Carcharodons, dude.
yeah, like the Carcharodons, the Blood Ravens, the Lamenters, just do. Because, like, people are like, I don't get it. The Lamenters are just sad. Do you know how much? You know, like them having.
You know how much they've been through to be. They've earned the right to be as sad as they goddamn want to be.
It's not even that. It's literally them just being sad is more interesting than the majority of Space Marine chapters. The Blood Ravens maybe being Thousand Sons and being like thieving little magpies is more interesting than a majority of Space Marine chapters. The Carcharodons being Shark is more interesting. Yeah.
Like it comes it ultimately, all the Space Marines on the surface seem different, but once you dig just under to like, what if I took the colors away? Would they be just like every other Space Marine? Yeah.
That's actually a great way of thinking about it.
Finding out, like, man, which ones do you vibe with their aesthetic? Because that's what it comes down to. It's all about whose aesthetic you vibe with.
Yeah, and like the first 18. Man, I cannot wait till they unveil the 2 female Primarchs, 1 Loyalist, 1 Chaos. That's gonna be great.
That would be pretty cool.
I don't know. I don't want it to be that, but like, also, have you heard me fucking rant about how much I hate the lore behind names in 40K?
No.
Okay, so let's take, for example, the Leman Russ. Why is the Leman Russ called the Leman Russ tank?
Oh, I think you did tell me about that. It wasn't even like based on Leman Russ the Primarch.
Well, it was. The Space Wolves found the STC, and they named it after Leman Russ.
Okay.
Then there's Arkan Laz. Or then there's the Lasgun. Why is it called the Lasgun? Well, real
Arkan Laz. We have talked about this.
Yes, and it's the dumbest. You know why it's called the Lasgun? Because it's a Dune reference. Laser guns in Dune are called lasguns. Why are they called lasguns? Because it's a fucking cool way to say laser. And then there's a Astarte, which is the most recent one. And oh my god, do you know? Okay, do you know what Adeptus means? It means taker. Do you know what Astarte means? It means stars. The Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, are the Star Takers.
That's actually pretty fucking dope.
That's not actually why they're called that, though. There was a lady named Astarte, and she called them the Adeptus Astarte, and she was like a scientist who worked with the Emperor, and that's why they're called that. The Star Taker thing, yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah, exactly. Isn't that lame?
Yeah, it's comically lame, I would say. It feels very comically lame.
Just because your story's more complicated doesn't make it better. The story, because it's like a simple story. Why is this called the Adeptus Astartes? Because the Emperor had a thing for Latin. Like a lot of, like he had a thing for the Romans, like a lot of fascist dictators before him, like Hitler, like a lot of people, you know? And so he fucking... Can I go one stream without bringing up Hitler? Anyway, sorry. I feel like, God, I feel like I come across as so edgy sometimes. I don't try to. I just... Latin names are cool. Yeah, and the Emperor thought they were cool, so he called his Space Marines the Star Takers in Latin because it's fucking metal as fuck. I love it.
It is pretty metal.
Man, just like the Thunder Warriors. Just God, I love that shit. But like... Anyways, yeah, most Space Marine chapters are very bleh. I think the first 20 get it easy because they're based off of like a person, like a unique character, like the Dark Angels, the Luna World.
They're the superstars, basically.
Absolutely.
And then everybody else is just that. So you could even view it in Twitch terms, right? Like the original legions are like the top dogs on Twitch, right?
Yeah.
They get all the attention, and then everybody else
is just members of the SMP.
Yeah, like we're just here trying to do our thing with our own spin on things, which is what most Space Marine, god damn it, cables, Space Marine chapters are. They're the same thing. They put a slightly own spin on it, and don't you love it when like one of the best things is, unlike most Space Marine chapters, these Space Marines care about people.
These Space Marines don't speak with a British accent. Okay, so we have let's describe Space Marine chapters without talking about their lore or their Primarch. Dark Angels are knights in space. They're like secretive monk knights. Blood Angels, go on.
Space Knights, yes,
but they're all Space Knights.
Also, like the sussiest of Space Marines.
Yeah, absolutely. Very secretive, very monk-like. They're like a secret order of knights. The Blood Angels is like all their cool shit comes after Sanguinius' death. They become like vampiric warriors.
The Black Rage and the vampire thing was before Sanguinius too. Like during the Horus Heresy, Horus came upon a group of Blood Angels that Sanguinius was killing because they had like fallen to the Red Thirst.
Oh wow, that's really sad.
Yeah, and he was like, Horus, please, oh God, keep this between us. It's so embarrassing. I'm worried about my sons. And he was like, of course, brother. And then later he was like, hey, guess what I know now that I'm the traitor?
Oh Jesus.
And,
I'm trying to think
and he uses it against them.
I think the best successor chapters are like the best successor chapters are so good that they are able to like carve out an identity of their own, like the Black Templars of just
they're just competitive racists. That's all I'm ever gonna have to say about the Black Templars, because I personally take issue with religion, and they are the most religious Space Marines, and I'm like, ugh. I take issue with organized religion, and they are like organized religion fanatics to the fucking extreme, and I'm just like, competitive racists.
They ask and they answer the question, what if Space Marines bought into the dogma of the ecclesiarchy? And the answer is it'd be awful. It'd be dreadful. They'd be the most evil.
And they are horrible.
They're so evil. And yeah, you just get to see what that religious power plus the overpowered nature of the Adeptus Astartes combined to create just this horrifying thing that I personally love and love being around, but that's just me because I'm weird like that. Or like, I mean, most of the Blood Ravens lore is like, no, shut up, we're not Thousand Sons, shut up. But I'm trying to think of other really good successor chapters, because Black Templars is my number one of just, it says something interesting about the world. The story of the Lamenters is really interesting because what happens if you try to be a genuinely good person in the world of 40k within the system of the Imperium, and it is tragic and sad. but also like uplifting because you're like, you can do it. Because I'm like, I'm rather this is something I'm rather infamous for in my game store. I don't like Primaris. I don't think they're necessary.
You don't think what's necessary?
The Primaris.
Oh, I fucking love the Primaris.
I think Space Marines, I don't think they need to be phased out. I think that more focus should be given to the Guard and to the Agents of the Imperium. Because the Space Marines, in the grand scheme of 40k, are very similar to the Jedi. Where they
There's
are...
just not enough of them.
Yeah, they're rare. They're rare and they're special. And making them rare and special is what makes them good. All the best Space Marine representation in games is when it's like...
When it's stingy, it's great. And when they're not being fucking superheroes.
Exactly, yeah.
Which
sometimes when they are being superheroes, it's great, but you can't do it too much.
Yeah, especially in games, you have to take video game logic. But and this is a big thing Trash Bandits likes to talk about or rant about. So often when the Space Marines are written, they're like superheroes, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And like it happens a lot in the second game where like one of your dudes / both of them are like buying into how like the hype of the Space Marines, and I'm like, you guys shut the fuck up. Use your brains. Okay, there's no honor to be had if we all fucking die.
And that was what was cool about Titus in the first game is Leandros was like, or not, was it Leandros? The fucking douchebag.
Sidonis was his best friend or his buddy, and then Leandros was the guy who snitched on him to the Inquisition.
Yeah. Hey guys, blanks exist, dumbass. Like,
yeah, I don't know if it's because he was a blank. I'm kind of hoping that's what it is, but I haven't. If they're going to answer it in the second game, I haven't progressed far enough for it to be answered.
I think that was a mistake. I think Relic just fucked up. I think they didn't know that blanks were already a thing.
Well, like, here's the thing, though, is blanks also nullify warp stuff. And he didn't nullify, he just was seemingly immune to the corruption of. So it does feel like two different things.
Very similar to how there are levels of Psyker, there are levels of blank. You
think maybe he was just like a tier 0 blank?
Yeah, he was a weak blank. Because in the Inquisitor books, so Eisenhorn founds a school called the Distaff. A big part of the first book is him rescuing this sex worker by the name of Beckwin. And basically, it's this woman that he really likes, but for some reason, whenever he talks to her, he just feels sick. And he's trying his best to help her. He's trying to stick to his moral code. And he finds out she's a blank. And she thinks back to her entire life and all the horrible things that happened to her, and how basically the reason why her life has been so awful is because she's a blank.
And she has no soul.
Yeah. And so Eisenhorn actually brings her into his entourage, and she becomes an agent in the Inquisition and ends up getting this whole new lease on life and becomes like a mother figure to all these different blanks. The Distaff. In the first book, at the beginning of the second book, he's like hunting this Drukari witch with like 20 or 30 Imperial agents running the streets like a fucking gang. It's so fucking sick. It's got some like Gangs of New York energy. Anyway, there are different levels of blank. There are varying levels of blank. And so I remember when I saw the first Space Marine 2 trailer and I saw him walk out and do his cool hero pose, and the fucking Termagants like stepped back for a second, and I'm like, fuck you. They wouldn't.
Yeah. You mean the way it was a cool trailer, but at the same time, like, the warrior was right there. They were not going to be afraid of one Space Marine or 3 Space Marines.
And then I remembered he's a blank. He just cut those motherfuckers off from the Hive Fleet. I
mean, that would make sense a little bit. Until it's told to me, I'm not gonna. I'm like, maybe, but also I'm fine with him not being a blank because there's no better blank than Jurgen, who is the best blank of all time, other than the Sisters of Silence. The Sisters of Silence are fucking awesome. I have one model of a sister, and I have one model of a custode still, that came in a 2-pack, that was from the Throne of Terra duology or trilogy, I think, to the perspective characters, which was a blank, Sister Silence and then a Custody, and then there was like a Terran High Lord dude.
Yeah.
Also, one of my things that I think is fucking hilarious. So when Gilliman sent the entire, like, the Primaris reinforcements to the Black Templar, they were like, hey, yo, fuck all this, and killed them all. Like, the Black Templar were like, no, this is heresy. You can't improve on what's perfect, and what the Emperor made is perfect. And, like, they just like, destroyed all the reinforcements they were sent, and Gilliman had to, I think, if I remember right, he had to, like, get involved.
Damn.
Because they were like, fuck you. We don't believe this shit.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
There's something I used to believe when it came to 40k storytelling, and it's that you can't move forward too far. Because at the end of the day, the Tyranids are going to eat everything. And
that does seem to bog the story down a lot.
Because I'm like, all right, how far forward are we taking this? There are scenes in the Inquisitor novel. I'm going to always reference the Inquisitor novels, because if you just want something that explores... The best thing I can say about the Inquisitor novels, and they're the ones I recommend to people when they're like, hey, can I have a 40k book about, like, decent people? I recommend the Inquisitor novels, because everyone in that has a moral code and is, like, a decent person for the most part.
Which you would not expect, because we see the cartoonishly evil, jokey versions of the Inquisitors, like the comically dark or comically great.
Mm-hmm. It's a brilliant book, because like the very first one is like, let's hear a guy who's grown up in the Imperium talk about his thoughts on the Imperium, and he actually has reasonable thoughts. He talks about how he doesn't like all the dogma and stuff. He talks about how everything he does is bogged down by the bureaucracy. For example, beginning of the book, he arrives on this planet known as Hubris. Hubris is a world that it took a long time to get there. They did not warp travel to get there. They used cryostasis in order to settle the planet. So everyone got in cryopods, and they took a very slow trip all the way to this planet.
Got this imposter. Got fingers crossed for you. He's testing Space Marine 2 on his PC.
Hell yeah, good luck, man. But when they finally got there, the planet moved. And it had moved slightly further away from the sun. Oh, no, sorry, it had tipped on its axis, so that half of the year, basically for 2/3 of the year, it was so cold to be unlivable. Like, your blood would freeze inside your body if you went outside. So for 2/3 of the year, the entire population of this hive world sleeps in cryopods. And then for I think like 4 months, they wake up, they get up, and they get around, they do things, and then they go back to sleep for the other 2/3 of the year. That's how they live on this planet known as Hubris, because they have such hubris and arrogance for being here in the first place. Like, leave, fuckers! Oh my god.
Gotcha.
One of the first thing that happens in the book is a chaos cultist, like a chaos witch, arrives on that world and just starts opening the cryopods. And at one point, Eisenhower...
just to make them live with it?
Just to kill him, because he's he's just a bastard.
Hey, NG, we're coming to the end of playing some Space Marine 1, doing a collab with my friend School of the Cats.
Hello. Hi, welcome to the chat. But yeah, so basically, one lady gets shot through the stomach, and as he's walking forward, she grabs onto his foot and is like, help me. And he's like, I can't, she's too far gone. It's a gut shot. She's going to die very slowly and painfully. And then she goes, well, kill me then. And he looks at it, and he goes to grab his gun, and he thinks about it, and he's like, if I shot her, they would find an Imperium bullet in the head of a civilian. I could get away with this, but it would cause hours and hours and hours of paperwork while many more people could die. He didn't want to get bogged down in the bureaucracy, and him being bogged down in the bureaucracy would stop him from saving people. So he had to let her bleed out slow and walk away. And it's a very sad moment. And it's like one of the first things that happens in the book, where you're like, oh, this is an Inquisitor with morals. This is like a genuinely principled and good person. Oh, and he gets that motherfucker too, and it's so satisfying. I love those. I love those books. Same writer as the first 2 Horus Heresy novels, Dan Abnett. Very good.
Gotcha. It is... I'm not sure what time it is where you're at. I'm guessing it's almost 10.
We're 13 minutes...
on the East Coast.
We're 13 minutes over. I just wanted to talk with you more.
No, I appreciate that. I have got to take a break. I got to use the bathroom, stretch my legs.
All right, I'm probably going to wrap it up.
Okay, that's fine. Chat, I might switch. I need to go take a bio break and come back. I might switch to Space Marine 2. I'm not sure yet.
Might watch that. I don't know what that's like.
It is really, really fun. It is very fun. Chat, I will be back here very shortly. Alex, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up with this idea. It was absolutely fantastic. And I hope to do it again with Space Marine 2 with you soon.
Yeah, thank you everyone for listening to me. I hope you guys had a good time. I hope I was... God, I've been really self-conscious about myself lately. I should take it easy. But I hope you guys had a good time. And I hope to see you all some other time. All right.
We all had a great time with you as well.
I'm glad. We should do this again.
We
should have more Ometagon because the poor boy barely got to talk.
I feel so bad. You and I just feed off each other, and I feel like we generate really good talk show content, if that makes sense.
Yeah, we should
especially because our views on so many things are very opposing. So it's not just like I agree the whole time. And it's one of the reasons I hosting selfless, shameful self-plug here. Spoiler Sunday with Freya, because even though we're reading the same story and experiencing it, we can still have our own separate takeaways that we can discuss and have a back and forth about. Because, like I said, after the first time we did our first collab, like the most interesting thing in the world is two people in a room talking.
Yeah, I think we need to. I would love to do like a book club type thing with you, where we watch the same thing and then talk about it, maybe even go back and forth on it. Because, like, I think there's a lot of media you haven't experienced that I think you would really like, and probably vice versa. There's probably a bunch of shit you've seen that I really like. I would love to get a good taste. Like, you're into Transformers, right?
Yes.
Okay, I would love to see a good version of that. I've always wondered. I've always wondered about it. I've always been
honestly
curious.
Felt like the original '80s movie is honestly pretty good.
Okay.
But there are also several Transformers shows that I could highly recommend, though. The best thing to do, it's almost like in Power Rangers or sometimes in 40K. Not 40K, but where like you almost want to forget everything you've experienced going into it, because otherwise it's so easy to judge one thing on everything else around it, everything that came before it. And Transformers series, for instance, are like you have the original run, which is in one timeline, 3-4 seasons movie, and then Beast Wars actually continues that storyline, which is really interesting, and Beast Machines does a little bit. But like other than that, there's a couple series that like these three series together form like somewhat of a cohesive story, though really everything changes so much between seasons, it's difficult. Yeah. If you like the aesthetic of the Michael Bay Transformers from the first movie,
I don't.
Okay, that's fair. I would recommend still watch it. Did you like the Fall of Cybertron game?
I didn't play those, but I did play Transformers Devastation by Platinum Games, where they use the Prime designs, and that was really fun.
I haven't played much of. I think I just saw my little one play it the other day. I don't know how he played it, but he was playing it.
It's very fun.
Yes. I'm so sorry. I want to continue this conversation. I've got to go use the restroom.
Yes. I'll talk to you later. I think we should do a show. I think you should join me on a MewTube Monday sometime, and we'll just chill out and talk and watch videos. Because like MewTube Monday is just my variety show, but it's mainly named for the YouTube thing. But anyway, that'd be fun. I think that'd be really fun. But yeah.
It's definitely something we can talk about. But I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye, Alex.
Later.
School Cat. Goodbye, your chat. I will see y'all later. Chat, I'm going to go.
You left me. Anyways, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Sorry it was so late. I should have let you guys know in advance that it was going to be later. I apologize. I was not aware that... I'll be honest. I forgot I didn't let you guys know. I was getting messages like, hey, is there going to be a stream tonight? But yeah, I hope you guys had a good time. I had a lot of fun, and I hope to see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think. Yeah, tomorrow we're going to be playing some Deus Ex 2027, which I have not played, and I don't know much about. So I'm very excited. Looks like it's just me and Obi, so we're going to go and wrap it up here. I had a lot of fun. I hope you had fun too, and I will see you all tomorrow for some Deus Ex. Bye-bye.